7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen and airing on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Timothy Michael McKernan, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, Martin Joseph Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program, and little Jackie Papers, Doug, has prepared a smorgasbord for you today. Wonderful. This Stiefel dossier is loaded for bear. Right. I think we should do 6 hours today instead of 4.
Yeah, that's a lot of radio.
They're going to cut into QFTA if we do 6 hours.
That's a good point.
Seems like it's
Once
too
again,
much radio.
This week's episode, I'm about to have a threesome. Doug, here's your Stiefel dossier.
Okay.
Joey Vitale, 8-10.
Okay, that'll cover a couple of those 6 hours.
A couple of the hours.
Mm-hmm.
Matt the Bat, Matt Holliday with us, fresh off of hip replacement surgery.
I didn't know, how does it work with HIPAA? Can I say it? Because I'm not a doctor. I can say it. I'm sure he'll talk about it.
That's at 9:30. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. And Miles Mikolas, fresh off his start at Dodger Stadium, wants to talk it over at 10:15 on the program. Martin, will you stick around from onboarding for that?
I think I should. Yeah, I'm going to be interested what he has to say.
Are you wearing a St. Clement basketball shirt?
I am. I grabbed something, just a top, because it gets a little... You guys are not wearing tops today.
No, I got it ready.
You guys are topless.
No, I'm
You're
always
ready.
prepared to dress in layers in the studio.
Okay. It's like Mr. Rogers. Got to have a little coat handy.
Yep,
I got the St. C basketball. This is from when I was the Dean of DePere, Doug. Is that what they called me?
That was the Wizard of Crestwood.
Yeah.
Wizard of Crestwood,
That's
Dean of DePere.
Coaching gear.
Yeah, we won a couple games out of maybe 50.
Oh, no. Rebuilding year.
Yeah, we were always rebuilding.
Were you ever on the hot seat as a coach?
I was the associate head coach, Doug.
Okay.
Was that felt like, though, if you would have been able to run things, the program would have been in a better shape?
No, Mark Masaleo was in charge, and I was good with that. I was the associate, which, Doug, you just kind of stay out of the fray there.
Yeah. You have to play good guy, bad guy type of thing, where he would yell at the players and you would be their friend over on the bench?
I would occasionally yell at the players, too, and swear and hope that the parents didn't hear me call their kids an A blank. Mm-hmm. But we had fun. I loved doing that. That was a ton of fun.
Yeah.
I would look forward to those games. A little nervous.
I did, too. You got nervous before the game?
Like vomit?
No, I'm just saying.
Mom spaghetti?
Always wanted the boys to play well, wanted Carson to get a couple buckets. Playing time, who cares? Mm-hmm. Let's go out and win.
It hits you when you coach, even at that level, that if you don't have the players, there's just not a whole lot you can do to make much of a difference. You can help, but if you don't have the horses...
Well, that's where St. Gabriel's NIL fund comes into play.
Yeah.
You'd call timeout. I mean, they're in 5th grade, but you call a timeout. All right, off of this inbounds. Mm-hmm. Whatever you do, don't pass it to the left, because that's where that kid... Don't, whatever you do... Okay, here we go. Oh, they did exactly what we said not to do.
Yeah, well, why didn't you tell us?
Yeah. It's bad coaching, Doug. Mm-hmm.
St. Clement stole their colors from St. Gabriel's. That's from Nolan Gorman's eye.
Oh, for God's sake.
In the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I know there is some semblance of litigation going on there, but
pending.
I'm going to be deposed, so I can't comment. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Curtis standing by. Fridays are always for phone calls. That's something Doug's been saying since 2007.
I don't know.
Loves the phone lines on Fridays. Find out what the listeners are doing. Many of them virile. And going to go out and enjoy their weekend, if you know what I mean.
Our listeners are virile?
Bulls and such.
Oh.
Tim, if you think about it, we had a guy call in that works on the barges, and he became the boss.
Yes.
We've had some listeners of the month call in and kind of stumble over the phone lines. And then we had a Steelers call.
Yep.
Was that yesterday? Just kind of wanted us to break down the Steelers.
Huh.
And turns out I know his dad. And his dad said, I had no idea that he was sort of A, listening, and then B, would actually call in. So, yes, open phone lines Friday. We've lowered the bar this week just for you.
Well, Bargie's probably busy. They had that accident on a barge yesterday.
They were fixing, and anytime you've been on the river, you see those wires, and they have those giant red kind of rubber balls. They were fixing those, apparently, on the helicopter when it crashed. Terrible.
And then fell down on the barge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible. Boy, you got to really have some guts to fly in a helicopter around power lines and fix things while you're up off the ground.
Sounds like about one of the most dangerous jobs going.
Boy, I guess. Next to this, of course, because we take a lot of shrapnel here.
Yeah, it's already coming in, actually.
Tim, we were listening to the show before us. They were arguing, and it was about the NFL, and it was about quarterbacks. And so Doug and I were just sitting here sort of marveling at the fact that everyone, especially nationally now, you have to argue.
Nice.
And typically it's about the NFL and specifically quarterbacks. And we were debating, when did that start? We joke about having a hot take. I said, was it Rome saying have a take, don't suck?
Boy, I got to tell you.
When did it really-
piqued my curiosity with
We were
this.
just sitting here listening to it, asking Kurt to turn it down. Supporting the mothership at all times, of course. When did that start? Where it just became, like, I'm sure in New York it was always, we would play those guys, the
Combative.
Sal's and Vinny's, but
I think Howard Stern started the kind of the
He was
wild
ranking
and
quarterbacks?
crazy. No,
And Baba
but
Booey would push back. He was
I
high
bet
on
Howard Stern
Trent
couldn't name
Green.
four
I think
quarterbacks.
he changed radio just in general, where it wasn't just a super polite professional medium.
Where Bob Burns and Bob Bragg were taking trade
Right.
proposals, and that was your favorite.
I love those. It became more of a free for all at that point.
You think they would prepare for the show, Doug, or would Bob Burns say, just open them up today?
Oh,
Shot at
they
Francesa's 4.5 hours.
They both
and
seem to know everything.
$7 million a year.
Yeah. I don't know, but I think Rome saying basically have a little edge, and that was for the callers if you called in, which is a fair moniker, have a take, don't suck. We should probably apply that here to the callers.
You don't have the balls to answer whether or not you think Jeff Fisher should come back or not.
Chuck Marlowe just tweeted the other day, whatever happened to Rich in Maryland Heights?
Charlie was having an existential moment.
He tweeted it like on Tuesday or Wednesday. Why?
He moved to Phoenix to sell Chevrolets.
Okay.
Well, what happened? But that was, geez, we're going back 10 years now, I think.
Well, maybe we'll get him on. Surprise guest.
Here we go. Rich.
Tim, I can tell by listening on the radio that you look so good today. Doug, that's from All Green AI. Or is it All Green Al? Doug, do you know if it's All Green AI or All
I
Green
don't know. Probably
Al?
AI. I just don't know.
Doug, Don Imus might have been the first. That's from Lewis and Clark Brock.
Okay, well, he was up there, yeah. But I don't think he was as wild and crazy as Howard Stern by any stretch, was he?
I never really got a chance to listen to Don Imus. Martin, you did, though, didn't you?
His jokes tended to be kind of like the bully at fourth grade research. Oh, 4 eyes. If you had glasses, you'd be a 4 eyes. And they just felt like they were insults from the 50s. Maurice Drummond would always say he called somebody a cottage cheese butt. And like, a cottage cheese butt? Like, they tended to be like that. And then he was in the ranch in his later years. God bless him. He lived in New Mexico. The whole show was in New Jersey. And Tim, what would happen? Somebody would say something funny in Secaucus. What's that? So half of the show was, what's that? Because he couldn't. But Don Imus, Howard Stern, I think, yeah, in that same genre. But I'm talking about sports. When you had to sort of just rant and rave. And I don't know, maybe just the Rome idea of having some edge.
It probably started when you had 24-hour sports-only radio shows.
It might be nice. That might be nice. You might be nice there. You might be
If I
nice.
say Ichiro, are you no doubt first ballot?
In what sport?
Gosh. So you really had to know your stuff to be on 24 hours a day.
But Francesa often sounds half asleep, so it doesn't have that same edge I'm talking about where you're screaming. You're that passionate about the left tackle of the Houston Texans.
Is there another sport you would put Ichiro into the Hall of Fame? Was he a good bowler or something?
I could have gone pumpkin picking.
Yeah.
I could have had donuts down in Lewisburg and cider.
This is how the industry has evolved. Just basically say anything at this point.
Why are you yelling?
I do ask that about 6:45 every day.
Skip Bayless created his crap. Outrageous takes, get clicks, and the money. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Doug, you're tracing it to Howard Stern. One of our listeners is tracing it to Don Imus, and the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle is tracing it to Skip Bayless.
I think for the TV debate shows, that's fairly
He's the
true.
George Washington?
Yeah, I think for the whole 2 hours of just sitting in front of a camera screaming at each other, Skip Bayless took that to another level, even though he's a tool. I think that's fair, but on the radio, just screaming about the NFL, I don't know. We'll take your calls.
Well, if you had a 24-hour station, though, you had to come up with sharp opinions, first of all, to get a job, and then to one-up the guy who's with you or the show's coming up before or after you. in order to get noticed and to make a decent income, get a following, you had to say something opinionated. You couldn't just be milquetoast.
That's a good question, isn't it?
Yes, that's how you had to talk, too, which is
No,
unfortunate.
it's a stupid question.
Oh,
Jackson,
He's locked in over there.
he's having a big show already, and it's only 7:10 time.
And he hasn't
check,
said
right
a
by Clarkson
word.
Jewelers. But I mean, he's speaking with his drops, kind of a Stedman-esque communication system. Good morning, Papers.
Hey, good morning. I was just thinking, these words I'm saying to you right now, these are the first words I've said all day. Like I haven't
spoke with anybody.
I haven't opened my mouth yet today.
why not?
This is just how the world works. I accidentally slept in today, so I'm a little behind. So.
Oh, is that right? What was going on?
Well, it's, I think I actually fell asleep without setting my alarm. Like I was just really tired and just fell asleep.
Wow. What
my-
time did you fall asleep, huh?
Like 10:30. And then, I guess my body just naturally woke me up. But it was a little later than I usually wake up.
Your body is a wonderland.
Indeed.
Did you fall asleep in the chair watching Beretta or something?
No.
In bed.
What are you watching?
I was watching anything. I
Missouri
just
football
fell as-
highlights,
fell
Gainesville,
asleep.
January?
Yeah, just getting ready.
Getting ready.
Season's only, 2 or 3 months away. Gotta watch tape, gotta crush tape.
3 weeks away from ILL. 20 days away from Missouri and Central Arkansas. Doug, you can hear the footsteps on the horizon.
You can. Central Arkansas, getting ready to come here.
Jackson, you said they're the
Take their shot.
fighting shrubs?
Yeah, I think they're the Bears, but I think the DBA Fighting Shrubs. You know, like Auburn is the Tigers, but everyone knows them as War Eagle.
War Dam.
And that's the best team Missouri could find to open their season. Central Arkansas. Who even knew it existed?
Scottie Pippen.
Yep. There's your
Since
answer.
then.
What's
They have
wrong
a
with
Whataburger there.
everyone plays?
I know, but it's such a blasé way to open the season.
Can I give a take? Do you have room for a take?
Yeah, we got
We
room.
just established in 2025, you must have a tape.
Well, I have one.
Great.
Okay, go ahead.
I am in agreement that it is not fun watching Missouri and other Power 5 schools just beat down on these blood donors.
Doug, this is a controversial host we're working with.
It is no doubt that is not the most optimal way to view college football when you only have 12 games.
Please tell me there's something coming on the back end.
There is.
Okay.
But
However,
as we know, that is how most of these very small schools who are D1 fund their entire athletic program based on the money they get from these Power 5 schools to play them in football. And if that means that Missouri only plays 9 really significant games, but all these schools get to have athletic programs because of it, I think that's a fair enough trade-off.
Oh, listen to Vladimir Lenin over here.
That's my take.
so
I think it's good to
it's
have
a
more.
necessary evil for everyone involved.
Well,
you get the win, they get the money.
Yeah, I think it's a cost of doing business, and not to mention a bunch of Power 5 schools get great players from these smaller schools that allow them to develop after a couple
So
of years.
these small schools are like the Pirates.
Kind of. Yeah.
They supply to the bigger schools.
Yeah, essentially a little bit. And they get to have these athletic programs. More kids get to play college football or college. It's not even just college football, like the swimming team for these small schools benefit from playing the big dogs.
But it's not really the spirit of athletic competition to schedule someone you can kill on purpose. I mean, who does that really benefit?
The small schools.
Okay, is that what college football is about? Is funding small schools?
No, but it levels the playing field a little bit, so it allows other schools to have an athletic budget.
Martin, we're essentially having a socialism versus capitalism debate under the guise of the Central Arkansas, Western Illinois conversation.
I see what you did there. It's a grooming tactic. I think Vin Scully took down communism in Venezuela during the 9th inning of a Dodger game.
Well, if you take away the labels of it, I think what I'm saying has some merit.
I bet the kids on Central Arkansas, even though they know they're likely to lose that game, what's the spread? 30? Higher?
No,
They're probably looking forward to this as the
Don't you
biggest
think?
game they'll
Don't you
ever
think for
play.
them, even though they
Sure.
know they're going to get clobbered, like, what the hell? We're playing a Faroe Field.
Free rolling. You're free rolling.
That'd be kind of fun.
But
And
you
if you
are
can
selling.
just be sticking around in the fourth quarter, oh my word. 18 years later, do we have another Appalachian state? Hello, friends. You are looking live at Columbia, Missouri on a Thursday night as friends gather to get ready to go down to the Lake of the Ozarks for the working man's holiday. Joining us now is Jackson Burkett, who is here this evening because he'll be at a wedding in Chicago for the Kansas game. Jackson, thoughts?
Indeed, indeed.
How about that?
Channeling Jay Randolph Sr. multiple times this morning. That's before you had to have a take, Doug. You would just say, indeed, indeed.
Marvelous, marvelous.
Spoken like a true commie, Jackson. It's from the 817.
Okay, so you can put on these labels. I would need somebody to like poke a hole in what I said, not necessarily just like call it communism or socialism, even though those aren't the same thing at all.
I think it's a nice thought. I just don't think that when you're selling 65,000 tickets to fans and going on television, that the big concern of everybody paying and supporting this event is so that some small school can have a swimming and a golf team. I think they're in it for big-time sports competition. And if a small school can't hang with the big guys, maybe they need to move back to Division II or something.
So you're saying...
Because I'm saying the important thing should be the athletic competition, not funding other programs.
Okay. All right, but we disagree on that.
But it's a benefit. It's not the reason they exist.
Right, and then
but
the
it's
big school gets a benefit that they can try things out against this, like a tune-up game to get right, and then when they face the really good competition, they'll have a little bit more experience outside of their own practices.
That would be one of the benefits, yeah. To get an easy win.
Sure.
And figure some things out on your own team.
But then you take a look at some of the glamorous games coming up here in just 3 weeks, Doug, and plenty of schools, many of whom are thinking national championship, are playing some of the biggest games of their season in week one. And one that has everybody talking, of course, is what's going to take place with Texas and Ohio State. And is it fair to say that that's a rematch of your semifinal action? Why, yes, it is.
Well, indeed, indeed.
Alabama's traveling to Tallahassee.
I love it. Thank God. If everybody played a butt-ass team in week one, you'd
be boring. Say, what's the point of all this?
I think what Jackson's saying, my comrade, I think what he is saying is it's just it's a side benefit. It's not the reason the system exists.
It's a byproduct.
Yeah, it's a byproduct. If you're going to do it anyway, play a crappy team, it's kind of nice that they get a big check and they can fund their program. So it's not the end of the world.
That is
it's not why the system
my
exists.
Take. Right.
No, certainly not the end of the world, but certainly not a very entertaining way for a school like Missouri to open their season.
Sure, agree with that too.
What's the take? So Central Arkansas, what do they get, like $400,000 or $500,000? You think for that?
Ooh, I'll take over.
Yeah,
it's going. Is it close to $1 million these days?
Yeah, I'd say pretty
wow,
close.
That's a huge check. You're right for that program. Tim, can I type in what do crappy teams get paid?
Yeah.
I'm currently in that mode right now, and when I heard you go do, I knew Doug, number one, wouldn't like it, but then I knew number two.
We're both typing at the same time.
If I can get that information.
And we share the same Google search, Doug, so when I type something, if you've already typed it, it immediately just says Ella Reese. That's what I get.
That's exactly right, and it's another hiking video. She needs to stop with posting the hiking videos.
Hiking? Where's she going?
And then like her Apple Watch and how many calories she burned. Who's interested in that? Your thoughts, 314-974-0101. And Chairman Stephen Wildwood has the answer. He is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you love Phone Line Fridays on TMA. Chairman Steve, good morning. You're on with Doug Vaughn.
Hello, pipe down.
That enthusiasm.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah.
You piped him down.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you.
Hello. I kind of agree with Jackson here. Our oldest son played for SIU Carbondale, and he got to play at Ole Miss. He got to play twice at Illinois, and then kind of got screwed by Mizzou going to the SEC because they were supposed to play Mizzou like his sophomore year, and Mizzou went to the SEC, so they ended up playing Miami, Ohio, because they were both left without a game after Mizzou left the Big 12 or whatever it was. So, but it was cool. No, it was cool. You got to go to the big stadiums. They actually were a 2-point conversion away from tying Illinois and taking it to overtime the second time they played them. Nice. But, it's kind of cool. Kind of fun.
Oh, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was for them.
A bit of socialism, but,
Yeah, I would think if the Cardinals could schedule the Gateway Grizzlies, the Grizzlies could get a whole lot of money out of it. Would you be happy for all the Grizzly players for getting to play the Cardinals?
But that's professional, not collegiate.
This is pretty much professional college football.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It is now, the way they pay them.
I think that's apples to oranges, but...
Tim,
Yeah, no.
AI says it sometimes exceeds $1 million.
Someone texted in that it's 1.15 million. And then the slinger of cream, Doug, says Lindenwood got paid $1 million to get routed by KU last year.
Nice.
Well, I can see how it's worth it. I think that small schools would love it. They absolutely love this. I'm just saying, as a fan, it doesn't really serve the fan very well. If it's all about the kids at the small school, serves them great. Yeah, it's great for them.
Do you like going to that game knowing your team's going to win?
No.
When I saw the schedule, Martin, I booked 4 games. Kansas, South Carolina, Roll Tide, and A&M. Central Arkansas, no thank you. Louisiana, no thank you. Now, if the Massachusetts game were in Amherst, I'm going for the foliage. No thank you.
Leaves.
And I'm going to pass on Hale State. I'll just watch it with Stingray in my basement.
All right.
Mizzou fans are delusional. They were a coin flip, and I mean a coin flip. It was that close to being 7-5 in 2023 and 4-8 in 2024. Give me a break. That's from the 314.
Well, I didn't like his tone.
I'm a fan, and I'm not delusional. All right.
It's a very lucky coin flips on the other side if those numbers were to happen.
Now, last year I would agree that Missouri had 4 games that were probably actually the underdog with a handful of minutes left against Auburn, Vanderbilt, and Oklahoma. And then with a minute left, they were the favorite against South Carolina. And Doug, oh, wow, what a twist. And that they won the games they were the underdog, and they lost the game they were the favorite. But the point being, they had a 75% winning percentage in 4 coin flip games. I felt like the 2023 team was actually a really good team. I didn't think that of the 2024 team.
But the moment that changed everything was the kick against K-State.
I agree.
If he misses, I mean, you have a false start. The coaches sort of mangled that moment, and yet the big, thicker kicker saves you with that kick, because going into that, people weren't that excited about Drinkwitz. They were like, well, let's just see what this team can do. They were coming to St. Louis to play Memphis, and they weren't selling a lot of tickets. And I know the Sports Commission was trying to figure out, what is the deal? We got Mizzou coming here. And I think part of it was, at that point, Drinkwitz hadn't done enough to excite the fan base. You lose that K-State game, and then they come to St. Louis, people would have been, oh, man. But once they won that game, people got it. It changed everything.
Any other hot takes, Steve?
Not really.
Okay.
I'm just calling in to say hi to everybody. Last time I called, I was a little raunchy, and I got cut off by Vladimir over there. But, he's got to do his job.
But you can't just say anything. You can't just say anything.
I think it was a tribute to Michael Wellington's success with women. I believe that's what the theme was, if memory serves.
Yeah. I didn't think it was really that bad.
Wellington does very well, Doug. He does very well.
Oh, yeah. I've seen some pictures of these gals. I mean,
if we're going down this road again.
Here you open the door, Doug.
I'm not going to do it, though. I'm going to be clean about it. I mean, hopefully he comes in town again so he can give me a lesson. I've been compressing the ball a lot better lately, and I figured a couple things out. But, and now I'm going to go out Monday and probably mess the bed out there and play terrible.
Chairman, are you still in the tower? Are you still in the DeWitt Tower?
Yeah, actually, we were planning on moving.
Yeah.
We have a house, but then we ended up we're selling that house that we were moving into over in St. Louis Hills, and we're going to stay probably another year or 2.
Oh, new development.
Wow,
Tim.
that is breaking news,
I'll
Chairman.
be doing more live shots. We're up on the balcony.
Yeah,
Because the Cardinals are doing so well, you don't want to miss a moment of it.
Well, I want to be here for the no season.
Oh, that's fun.
2027.
It'd be very nice. No, I don't know what we're going to do. We haven't decided. We kind of wanted to move into that house, but then we ended up getting a good offer. So we're like, let's just do it. Everything's for sale all the time, Doug.
Sure.
You coming down for a game this weekend at all, Doug? You got the Cubbies in town.
I bet you will, Doug. I bet Doug will.
No, I've got my son in town. I got to do a lot of wedding prep.
Oh, Greg Vaughn.
Yeah.
Oh, is he getting married?
Yes, he is.
What's wrong
November.
with him?
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with him, he says.
What's wrong with him?
50% chance of success there.
Oh, well.
But
I'll tell him you disapprove.
Gordy's a cutie, too. Where's the wedding? Here?
It is here in St. Louis, yes.
Is this what Bob
You
Burns
marrying
would
a
do,
St. Louis
Tim?
girl and bringing her to Florida?
She's from here also. They live in Florida now. Maybe they'll move back someday. We hope so, but you never know.
All right.
All right, Chairman, they've offered up a beer bong full of bleach, just so you know.
Hilarious.
Oh,
That was so funny on the text. Yeah. Why don't you get a new bit? Figure out a creative way for me to die, and I'll honor it. But if you're going to say the bleach thing, that thing is just, come on. It's run its course.
I actually just sort of took all of the texts and aggregated them, Tim.
So that it was not a real
That was
text.
not a real text. I was just loosely letting him know what was going on in the text line.
You guys are really funny on the text line, though. Hilarious. You know. But, Doug, when's the next time you're going to be on Channel 5?
Probably tonight. I'm there almost every night now.
See?
Really? Did you come downtown for that?
Say that again, please.
Did you come downtown for that?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you stop by?
Well, because I went there to do a Channel 5 interview, not to partay.
Is there anybody who takes the sports more seriously than Frank Cusimano?
I don't know, but he does.
I'm amazed that he's able to keep that level of intensity for how many years has he done it? As many as you?
Getting close. Yeah, he's very much into it. That's why he's so good, because he really loves what he does.
Okay, Doug.
Is he still on the radio?
Yes, he is. I think so, somewhere. Yeah.
Jackson, are we clearing the deck right now?
Sounds like we're crowdsourcing.
Well, I'm sorry.
I have nothing to apologize for.
I just listened to this show. That's it.
All right, thank you.
That's it. I put everything into this.
And we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
Everything into this.
You're welcome. When are we going to get out again, Tim?
I would love to. When we go on play, we're profitable.
Yeah.
Especially if you saying you're hitting the ball well, then I would imagine your index is still high. That's a good thing for us.
It is. I'm still erratic. I mean, a lot of blow up holes, but I'm good for. I played Sunset Country Club and I had 5 birdie putts. I missed them all, but had 5 birdie putts.
Doug, that's 5 gers to you. Nice, Chairman.
Yeah.
And is what, like a 20 index? That's pretty good.
No, it was a good day. It was a good day. Plus, I was drinking the whole time too. I usually can't do that when I'm really
Shave
pounding
3
the beers.
strokes off.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Martin, when are you coming down again?
Well, I was thinking of you. Since the Cubs are back in town, it was the last Cards-Cubs series. Remember, there was still a glimmer of hope. They won the first 2 games. They were 2.5 back in the division. And that Wednesday, Chairman and I teamed up on the balcony, and they've been going backwards ever since, just to be fair.
I think that was a bad deal.
Beginning of the end, I think. Yeah, and your buddy Miles Mikolas will be on the show today at 10:15 if you'd like to holler from afar.
I was yelling at him the other day. He was down there in that 100-degree heat running around, but I don't know. I feel bad for the guy. I don't even want to yell anything anymore because I'm afraid I might say something a little off color or something mean, and I don't want to be mean to the guy. He seems like a nice guy. Yeah. He's yoked too. Dude is built. My God.
Okay, so you're impressed with him.
I like him. Okay. He seems like he's got a good personality. He'd be good to hang out.
Yeah.
I saw Pozo last night at our bar. He was down there with his kids. He lives in our building.
At the bar.
Well, they weren't at the bar. We have like a kitchen down there. You've been down there, Martin, right?
I have. So we have Joey Vitale at 8:10.
Yeah, Steve will
We have Matt Holliday at 9:30.
That's correct.
And then we have the chairman for the first hour.
That's
Do
correct.
you guys actually leave the studio when Joey starts talking? I
No.
mean, 'cause it just...
I really enjoy the Joey Vitale conversation every Friday. I can't tell you how much I enjoy that conversation. I have no idea where it's going to go. We all kind of come from the school of we really don't care, and it's refreshing. I really enjoy it. I was driving in, as a matter of fact, this morning, Chairman. I thought, oh, yeah, we got Joey Vitale. I'll look forward to that. Matt Holliday, kind of from the same school. Not as random, of course, but he doesn't give a damn either. And, Doug, that's... You know what I like?
What?
I like that a lot.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I look forward to Joey Vitale. I look forward to that. Any day we have him, I look forward to it. You like it, Chairman?
I love Joey.
Yeah.
He seems like he'd be fun. I want to get an invite to that Christmas party.
That Christmas party's a nice Christmas party, I'll tell you that.
I bet there's some broads there.
Okay. All right.
Drinking the Tito.
Nobody wants to be on your
celebrating Christmas. Oh man, that is.
You like when women celebrate Christmas? That's your kink, and I don't want to kink shame, Doug. I don't do it.
They like it. They like to dress up.
Who doesn't really enjoy it? Well, who doesn't? Who
Well,
doesn't
I'm
enjoy
just
what's
saying,
going on
it
here?
gets them like a party like that gets them in the right frame of mind because they're close to home. You know, they got a babysitter for the kids. You know, they can booze heavily, and that usually leads to shenanigans.
Oh.
So,
I think
honestly, I wish it did. I got to be honest with you, it doesn't. And I think I was like one of the last people to leave. So.
Well, while you were, whatever you were,
Yeah.
Joey was zipping up your wife's dress.
That unfortunately did happen, and there's another lawsuit that I'm involved in. Yeah, there's a lot of my counsel's
Alienation of affection.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Doug. You've seen the suit.
you should see the shenanigans that go on in this building.
What happens?
Crazy. Well, there's a lot of young people. They go to that PBR every weekend, and they're with the one with the mechanical bull, and they get bottle service and do all that. And then
They have bottle service at PBR?
Oh yeah, no,
Really?
it's like a
Well, like on the bull?
No. There's like little booths near the bowl, and you know
Bull
they
view.
know everybody over there.
Do you go
And they
down
do
there and
bottle
tough
service.
around?
No, I don't. I go to bed at like 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I've been to PBR twice, and it was just to get people out of our apartment. And we went in the front and out the back and left them there. Because, like, you know, people want to stay up late. And I'm like, no, I'm not staying up late. Go to PBR. You can do whatever you want there. But there's actually a couple in our building that is a throuple. So, like, they seek out young ladies and have threesomes.
Wow, listen to this crowd, Doug. It's like David Freese has just hit a ball off Neftali Carew. I haven't heard a reaction like this in St. Louis in years. People are so thrilled to hear that anecdote.
I asked for the buzzer, by the way, 5 minutes ago, and just for the record, I didn't get it. I think Chairman Steve's been grandfathered in, and he cannot be Elliot Davis on this show.
When you were out, Martin, Wellington was sitting there, and Jackson just put a bullet in his head.
Well, I mean,
He said something extremely vile.
Oh, come on, Doug. It wasn't that bad.
Oh, it was.
if you repeat it, I'm going to have to do the same thing. So
The texters now
Well,
offered.
I'm not going to repeat it until I know I'm going to get run. Then I'll say something.
Well,
else.
at this point, I'm wondering if you will be run. It's texters are now offering to drink bleach themselves. That's the point we've gotten to.
Kill yourselves, everybody out there who doesn't like me.
Don't do what
End
Chairman
your
Steve
own
said. He's
life,
joking.
please. No, I'm joking,
joking.
of course.
Okay.
But that, yeah, there's other shenanigans in the building too. Like there's a gay couple that was going to get married, and the guy that was marrying was like in his 40s, and then the kid was in his 20s, but he was from Columbia, not Missouri, and he got picked up by ICE 3 days before the wedding. Sad.
Martin, that sounds like a fun little story for Sports Final, like the kicker, like if the squirrel on the water skis doesn't
We're
work.
on Steve's balcony, but we're going to take a different turn tonight.
Yeah. No, there's like always, we got 300
Melrose
units.
Place down there at the DeWitt's Carlton.
You got a lot of drama, you know?
Chairman, we've enjoyed it thoroughly. Don't
the
be a
most part.
stranger, of course. And good luck in your ball striking on Monday. Congratulations on your compression.
Yeah, I'll be at Gateway Monday afternoon, boys.
There you go. Doug Bentgrass
Okay.
got to hit the ball first
All right,
there.
well,
Thank
bring
you.
it up.
There he is. That's Chairman
All right,
Stephen
thank
Wilder.
you, Chair.
And was he the 2024 Listener of the Year or 2023? Buck Swope was 24. Chairman Steve, 23. Chairman Kurt, 2022. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. When it was Blueberry Pop Pop.
Yeah, who knew? Another 30 for 30 on that one. The program's called TMA. The Stiefel dossier has Joey Vitale in the Fisher Window and Door Story 8 o'clock hour, Matt Holliday in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, Miles Mikolas in the 10 o'clock hour, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in the 10 o'clock hour as well. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, here are your standings. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue Mom has a win. Kevin Miller has a win. Buck Swope has a win. And the listener to be named later has a win. So we have a beautiful, diversified standings here.
you have one more winner. We had yesterday was what was my friend's? Is it Bill R?
Bill Riley.
Yeah, there it is.
He told the story about
Yeah, Bill Riley.
some older people playing softball.
Yeah. It was lovely.
Bill Riley also is on the leaderboard, Doug. So it's fun to see people competing in the month of August. Sometimes people take August off because of the heat.
Sure.
But not our emailers. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can compete and win tickets to the Stiefel Classic, in addition to VIP parking for the event taking place at Norwood Hills in the first full weekend of September. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines, which you can get involved on at 314-974-0101. The program's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
try. The well was full, but now it's dry. Might as well call it one and have you a beer. Look out, MLB, we'll get you next year. Yeah, we'll get your asses next year. What's that you say? I said we'll get your asses next year.
They're playing that tonight at Busch Stadium.
I just always envision the old guys in the orchestra very seriously playing this song.
Yeah, tuxedos on.
It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where 197 friends have gathered to talk it over, like MD 2020, John Scores, the Rogue Onion, Too Fat to Kayak, Big Blonde Dan, and Tim McKernan's Meat and Potatoes, and they're all in there talking it over with Chairman Kurt. And you said this week's bingo card is now available, Chairman Kurt. What does that mean for our audience?
For the last few Fridays, we've been playing some Joey Vitale bingo during his interviews.
Where can people get the Joey Vitale bingo card?
I posted it on the TMA fan page and also my personal Instagram story. I didn't know if it was a TMA sanctioned thing, so I didn't put it out on the show Instagram, but I'm willing to if that's okay, but I understand if not.
The Joey Vitale bingo card on the Instagram?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great. Why wouldn't it be?
Better to, I guess I should ask permission instead of forgiveness, but I'll throw it up there.
Yeah.
Consider it sanctioned.
There we go.
Jackson
Whoa,
Burkett has
comrade.
just sanctioned it with some kind of military salute.
Yes.
That was like a reverse Elon. You just went backward. You went like backwards.
The TMA fan page on Facebook, I don't think's had a new member admitted in 4 or 5 years. Doug, I think there's about 700 in the queue, though, if you want to just go approve.
We're at capacity.
We're at capacity.
It's a fire. It's a fire hazard.
Let
It's
them
not.
all in there.
Yeah, we
So
did
what
that
would-
once.
Examples of
Learned our lesson.
Joey's bingo would be like chickens.
Sidney Crosby, I see.
What's the free space? Sidney
Free
Crosby.
space is Sidney Crosby.
that right?
I debated making the free space. He makes any animal noise because he did that quite a bit last week.
Has anybody ever gotten bingo?
No, we've been so
Wow.
close every week, but we put a few new ones on there today. We shuffled some spots, and we need to see one go through the net today.
Okay.
I think this is our time. I bet he's locked and loaded.
Last week I called him the Michael Winslow of this show, which is a weird reference to a guy from Police Academy. I found out he played in Edwardsville last Friday night. Michael Winslow, the guy who does the weird.
Played what?
Right.
The day that he
Should have him on.
he was referenced on this show. He played at the Wilde Theater last Friday.
He is like in a band or something?
No, he's a comedian and does weird sound effects.
Yeah.
That was his whole shtick.
Right, the
and
Police
while
Academy,
Vitale was
right?
doing it, I'm like, oh, you sound like Michael Winslow. Turns out he was in town
Wow.
that night. Should have swung by.
Kismet.
Kismet, too.
Minute Bowl eligible is not happy with a headline in the Post-Dispatch, Doug.
Okay.
From the Head Scratcher Department, the headline of the lead story in today's Post-Dispatch sports section reads, Victor Scott sees growth in his second season. The guy's batting 184 over his last 70 games. Is that what we've come to? That's from Minute Bowl eligible, and he's not happy with the headlines at the Post-Dispatch.
Okay.
And I believe he used to work for the Post-Dispatch, making it a little more pointed, the criticism.
Maybe he should take that criticism to the Post-Dispatch and not to us.
Well, this is a clearinghouse.
Minute Bowl eligible accountable. This is a clearinghouse?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever you need to get off your chest, we're here for you. You probably can't get in because Chairman Steve's on the line.
That's true. You can join Chairman Steve on the line, 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Traditionally, Fridays have been for phone calls on this program. You can also text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Text inbox. Caller Ellen says, I need a Movie Boy preview. Doug, episode 4 drops tomorrow. Jackson, Caller Ellen, who we do know is actually a lady, would like a preview. What would you like to tell her?
So yeah, yesterday I talked it over for about an hour with my mother, a former movie critic herself, a longtime journalist, about streaming movies, the state of streaming movies, and just kind of a deep dive into the world of streamers. A lot of fun conversation there. There'll be a brief discussion about the movie Together, starring Allison Brie and Dave Franco, a real-life married couple, which is a very interesting movie, and then a little mailbag action. So it's going to be a little bit shorter episode. No real new movies covered in it, but I would say this one is the most wide-reaching. You don't really need to have seen anything to enjoy this episode. Next week, I can preview as well. I just saw a movie yesterday called Weapons.
Weapons.
By a guy named Zach Kreger, who did a movie called Barbarian 2 years ago, and next week's episode is going to be a lot of fun.
Who's joining you for that? T.
Gareth, my buddy Gareth.
Gareth with a second opinion. 40% of the episodes Gareth is on.
Gareth is going to be, that next week is going to be a ton of fun. Weapons is a must-see movie, in my opinion.
Is this about to be the new Siskel and Ebert?
No, I'm not a critic.
Jackson and Gareth? I'm just saying, is there a partnership developing?
No. It's just on certain movies, Gareth, I think, is good, and this one especially.
Temu Jean Shalit.
I'll take that.
What oils did you use on her little piggies while you discussed that romantic film? That's from Rusty Pecker, Doug, an unfortunate reset to the Mother's Day spot with Lee's famous recipe chicken.
Saw it coming. It's okay.
Doug, you hate when one of the members of the dais is defeated in the 7 o'clock hour.
Shuts it down.
Well, what am I supposed to say there?
There are about 20 texts.
I know. I saw him. As soon as I announced that my mom was going to come on. It's funny.
Oh, no, don't show me.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. No, I'm fine. No, it's not. It's not down. I'm so excited. It was a really fun conversation, and, not to get too sentimental, but one of the reasons I love not only watching movies but talking about movies is because of my mom. She's like the best, and she really sparked that within me. So it was really fun to have that conversation with her.
I was thinking that. I walked by the studio and I saw the red light was on. I was like, oh, we have a sound story today. And I'm like, oh no, Papers is in there with his mom doing Movie Boy.
Yeah.
And that made me happy.
Thank you.
It brought me warmth.
Thank you. Really? Yeah, this is a fun. She tells some awesome stories. She's interviewed a ton of major stars and has a lot of great stories to tell, so it's fun.
Who is your favorite star, boy?
She tells a really good story about interviewing Robert Redford. Ooh. That one's really fun. Yeah.
And for Indecent Proposal.
I don't remember what the film was.
He was always kind of prickly, too, and every time I see him being interviewed, he looks like he's not the happiest guy.
I think you're thinking of his manager, Wilford Brimley.
No, I'm thinking of Redford.
She says he was lovely.
Was he?
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. Julia
Jackson,
Roberts.
Can we send in our home movies for your review? That's from the Swing Haven board member.
No. Do people still have home movies?
Doug, home movies.
I remember that always being a thing. Here's this family's home movies. What?
Sure.
I don't really even know what it is. It's just I guess video people took when they bought a camcorder or got one for Christmas.
We went to the beach with the family. Exactly. Everybody's like this waving.
Yeah. But nowadays
they're always just standing there waving.
Yeah, you got to get it transferred over to a flash drive or something that you can watch.
Well, you know what, Jackson? You love your mother, and you have a great relationship. Don't give in to the jerkwads.
Oh, I don't care. Okay. Part of the gig.
Would it make you feel better to block a few people?
No.
Put tariffs on them?
No. Open marketplace, baby.
That's John Stuart Mill's Open Marketplace of Ideas. That's another tenet of this program, along with no kink shaming.
I kink shame.
And, of course, honesty in media. And my honesty in media here, when I look at the Stiefel dossier outside of a smorgasbord of guests featuring Joey Vitale, Matt Holliday, and Miles Mikolas, is that Cardinals Corner features somebody that the Cardinals got off waivers I've never heard of, and that is our lead, Doug.
The only piece of Cardinal news, honestly. Like I said, late start today. So Mr.
Were you up last night banging in Little Rock, huh?
No,
Look at you.
Didn't visit the natural state, but
somebody fresh off a divorce in Clayton that you met?
I look too boyish for all that.
I think that might be the sweet spot.
the boyish look? I don't know. I don't even know what I was going to say. I guess I'll just dig in on this boyish look.
Your mind began to wander to Clayton, didn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I guess the light fuzz that occupies my face might fly in the face of that, but
so you weren't out tricking.
Put that off.
Are you an active John?
No. How did this turn around? How did this come about?
Well, we're just trying to figure out what you were up late doing.
I wasn't up late. My alarm. I didn't set my alarm.
Snooze.
I guess I was tired, and I
Well, you're multitasking now. You got this other show. You're putting a lot of energy into it.
But that's no excuse.
Seems to be straining.
That's my choice to do that show, so it's no excuse for my main part of my job.
We're all over Piddles and his love for his mom's feet. Can we get an update on Doug's dog, please? It's the only thing I care about for the next 4 damn hours at Sharon and Clayton. And you were taking your dog to see a therapist, right?
I went to the vet yesterday. Yeah, she found one little flea on the dog and then said, well, it's probably allergies. So they gave Dora a shot. And then I snuck in a little Benadryl and a little doggy treat last night. She did finally eat that. And she had a wonderful evening.
Oh, that means you got a good night's sleep.
Slept all night. Yep. Yeah. Dora seems to be better.
Nice. Well, there you go, Sharon.
Last day for text name changes. Anybody want to be Doug's drugged dog?
Oh, yeah. A lot of Doug dog stuff came in. Okay. So, yeah, you're going to have to be creative with the naming there.
It's hard to get a dog to take medicine, at least this one. I tried to jam it down her throat. It was like feeding medicine to an alligator or something. I almost brought back a bloody stump.
And that happened to Chubbs Peterson? Is that right?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Banging in Little Rock? That's a hell of a reference, Timmy. My father was a cop in the Rock during that time period. That's from Dem Hogs. And he has a 501 area code, which I can tell you from my 7 months in Little Rock. That's the Central Arkansas area code. Banging in Little Rock, was that an HBO series in the 90s?
I just don't.
About gang banging in Little Rock?
I thought it was about your stint in
my 7 months at the CBS affiliate. Get around, Martin.
That's why I always thought it was the reference.
I did too.
No.
Which I always thought was like very niche, but I was always into it.
I thought it was you with a cigarette going, new weekend guy, yep. I'm over at Action 7. That's me.
They brought me in, and I didn't know it. But, Doug, guess what I was? The patsy.
Oh, were you really?
I was. Okay. They had wanted to whack the sports director, apparently forever, the GM, who was very powerful, wanted to whack the sports director. So they hire me. I'm 22. I'm driving down 6-7 hours from Columbia, Missouri, straight through the middle of Missouri, straight through the middle of Arkansas.
No degree in your pocket.
No degree in my pocket. 8 credit hours still living out there. I get a place because I'm kind of like, I want to live downtown. I thought I found what is the Soulard of the Little Rock area. It's called Quapaw. Quapaw, right by the governor's mansion. I believe the governor at the time. Anybody want to guess?
Bill Clinton.
No. He was president.
Huckabee.
That's correct. Nicely done. And I remember my mother arriving to see me move in and began weeping at the place I had chosen because it was in such a crap area. Yeah. But the sports director a week in was terminated. And then the next thing I know, I go from being the number 3 guy to the number 2 guy in the department, and then they brought in a guy who I would equate to in St. Louis like a Guy Phillips as the sports director, because in Little Rock they didn't really have much going on professional sports wise. It's not a commentary on our situation in any capacity. It's an observation of Central Arkansas.
Well, sure it is.
And everything revolved around Arkansas football and basketball. And so they're like, well, if we got to do sports, we might as well try to make it entertaining. And so they brought in this gentleman who was a wonderful guy, very nice, Craig O'Neill. And then he became, Martin, just like Mike Bush, Steve Savard.
The newsman.
He became the newsman, and I think he just retired last year. Yeah.
So he was a jokey joke radio guy.
And then he became a newsman. That's exactly
Used
right.
sports to get on the TV, and then all of a sudden, good evening, everyone.
That's right.
Welcome to Little Rock lately.
I guess that had to have happened across the industry. That sports guys became, it wasn't just limited to St. Louis. Maybe we had a higher per capita of it. I don't know. But I think that was pretty commonplace.
Yeah.
I told that story. Spencer Koch, longtime general manager at Fox 2. We're all in a meeting. My news director, GM, a handful of manager types. And I think Savard had just switched over to news. And, of course, Bush had done it. Art Holliday years before.
Oh, yeah. Art Holliday.
So a lot of sports guys. This was prior to that. And Spencer said, Martin, have you ever thought about doing news? And I said, wow, I don't know. I don't know if I have enough credibility. He goes, yeah, that's a good point. And I thought, well, could at least debate it. You know, I mean, it's kind of I was trying to be self-deprecating, Doug.
Sure.
And he just took the rubber hammer and just, yep, you're right.
Wrap it up.
No, I would never want to do that. I just couldn't do it.
No.
Couldn't do it.
But
and before we go tonight, Doug, before we leave tonight, here's a rabbit. And look at that. He's wearing a skirt.
And water skiing. No, that's a squirrel.
Squirrels on the water skis. That's correct. Could Doug read the news, please? That's from Pele Blanco.
That wasn't going to happen either. I just got done doing a story doing push-ups with a dog sitting on my neck, and now you want me to read the news? It doesn't work.
No credibility.
You know.
I lived in Little Rock at the same time Bangin' at Little Rock was on. It was an interesting place, small town vibe, big city issues. That's from the other Indiana listener. I guess that's in reference to Brian Henshin, who, of course, covers the Colts. And what a quarterback debate they have with Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. Big year on tap for Brian Henshin and the Colts.
Okay. I spent a weekend in Little Rock once. It seemed like a decent place.
Yeah.
Did you not like it? You thought it was okay?
I was 22 and just happy to not go to South Dakota with the Colonel.
Yeah.
Colonel got a job, Gabe Yarmond, to you and me, Russ, of PowerMizzou.com fame, as the sports director in Little Rock. And I hope this doesn't come off as a humble brag, but he was getting, I believe, $14,000 a year to be the sports director.
Nice. But that's big.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit disturbed at the number of people asking me to take my shirt off.
And I was still in air quotes school, but I wasn't really going to class, kind of the college football model now.
What were you doing?
Just working at KOMU, the NBC affiliate out there. But theoretically, I still was supposed to be going to class, and Gabe goes, hey, they just gave me this job. I don't know if I would recommend you do it, but they said I need to get a weekend guy, and they said they can get you $12,000 if you're interested.
And where was he? Where was his job?
I believe I get confused on Gabe and Brian Henshin in South Dakota. One was in Rapid City, one was in Sioux Falls.
Brian Henshin was in Sioux Falls.
Thank you. So the Colonel was in Rapid City.
So he was
starting to become attracted to my wife's father.
And he was reading stories on
10.
that.
So Gabe, the Colonel, was a TV guy at one point. Okay.
He was when I did my first sports cast, and Doug, you always talk about how much that meant to you. In 1998, the Colonel was my producer. And I said a wide variety of things that without question in 2025 would get me fired on the spot. But in that case, we walked off the set and Gabe goes, wow, that was interesting. And then there was the general manager of the station, who I had never met, waiting on hold for me. And he said, Tim,
that's usually a bad sign.
Tom Gray, I'm the general manager at the station. We haven't met yet. Just so you know, we don't do that type of crap around here.
Oh.
So, all right, sounds good. Then I went out into Quinton's. And
what
had myself
kind of stuff did you do?
My intro to the U.S. Women's Open tennis highlights was my producers making me show this. I think I was critical of the BMI of the Kansas cheerleaders.
Oh, no.
So the brand has really evolved, Doug. It's really evolved.
But you got that gig lined up for $12,000? There's not many full-time jobs in any industry that paid $12,000
I think that might
a
be
year.
illegal. I think that might be illegal.
Yeah, you couldn't do it now. But even then, you go back, what was that, 20 years?
Yeah, that's why I hope it didn't come off as a humble brag.
That was still poverty wages.
And the thing is, there were 100 people who would send in a tape for the job.
At least I made $9,600 my first job, 1979. $9,600.
What was your rent? Like $35?
Sports director.
I mean, like for rent, were you paying like $100?
Yeah. And it was decent. I guess that's
and you went straight from there to Miami.
Some of it is a sign of how fast inflation has taken over. Because I had a normal life. I didn't think I was in any kind of trouble. After a couple of years, I was up to like $11,500 a year.
Yeah.
I still had a decent car, decent apartment, still did pretty much anything I wanted to do.
And went straight to Miami.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty insane.
Well, wouldn't you go if you had a chance?
No, I'm saying the fact that you were able to go from Rochester, Minnesota, which I assume is one of the smaller markets.
143rd.
Okay. And Miami.
How did you get the Miami gig? Did you read about it like in a trade industry magazine?
I was sending resumes and letters out daily.
And how many? They only had one pro sports team at the time, right?
Is that right? It was only the Dolphins? But the U was a huge deal.
Yeah, the U might as well have been pro.
And they had golf tournaments and tennis tournaments and all kinds of sports that covering others.
Highlight. Right.
And boat racing and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Did you ever have to do a story on the boat a la Aquafox?
Doug rode a boat with Michael Irvin and Barry Gibb.
That's right.
No, Michael Irvin wasn't on the boat. I played basketball against Michael Irvin.
He probably owned it. You played basketball against Michael Irvin?
Yeah.
How was
you had a
his
home run off Tom
It didn't go
Seaver?
well for me. The speed, you have no idea how fast these guys are. I have no idea.
I imagine if he threw
You think he could play at St. Gabriel's?
I think he could have played for the New York Knicks.
He does.
He's taller than you think.
He plays basketball in in the Longest Yard remake with Adam Sandler. He plays Adam Sandler one-on-one. And if it was anything like that, Doug, you were lucky to keep your teeth.
Well, and this was when he was about 20 years old, 21, 22.
Prime.
My avatar for a long time was Michael Irvin kissing me.
Oh, that's right. Because you had a roast.
It was the Marshall Falk roast, and he was one of the roasters. And he was a little wordy, and they wanted me to get him off the stage. And I said, I'm not going up there. And Amit was running the event, said, you got to go up there and get him off there. I'm like, you don't. He's like, it's Michael Irvin. So when I got up there, I said, hey, we know the only way to stop you is with flashing red lights. He had just been arrested like the week before. Nobody laughed harder than Michael Irvin.
God bless him.
And at the end of the night, Kim and I are standing there talking. He comes over and goes, I like this dude. He don't care if you're black or purple or whatever. He's going to make fun of you. And then he kissed me on the cheek. Somebody sniped a photo, and I used it as my avatar. And Rick Riley, the old Sports Illustrated guy, we're doing a media junket one time. He comes on. He said, yeah, Martin, can I ask you something? I looked you up. Why is Michael Irvin kissing you? Well, it was late at night, and we'd been a little overserved at Marshall's roast.
So Michael Irvin kissed you, and Doug danced with Walter Payton.
That's right.
Tim, we're lacking.
Yeah, I don't know what I got. Yeah, man. That
Banging
hurts.
in Little Rock.
Yeah, banging in Little Rock. That's all I got. I was berated by Quinn Snyder, but it wasn't a cuck sitch.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll figure something out.
Yeah, hang out in more locker rooms, I guess.
Clip that off. Yeah, Steve Klein showed me his love a lot during the great 2004 season.
That counts.
All right. Yeah. Hey, McKernan. I'd turn around and he'd have it out, and he'd go, look, flying squirrel. And then I'd have to.
Oh, didn't he grab you once when he was naked?
That's
more than once, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
To be honest.
Yeah. I'd already moved past that.
So that would count, I guess.
All right, nice. I got that.
Right.
I can compete.
Edmonds tackled you in the studio live on the air one
That
time.
happened as well.
Tackled you?
We were talking sports.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys never talk sports. We were. And Edmonds
In
would
2004.
fly in the studio and tackles too.
Yeah. Very bold in hindsight. I mean,
Is there a lot of room in the studio to be tackled?
Yeah, you were never in that old studio in Webster Groves. Yeah, he just arrived on the scene.
And
He got
tackled?
very involved with the program.
That was the origin of the surprise guest. It was the original surprise guest.
Just a surprise assailant.
Joey Vitale is joining this program coming up in the next segment as we are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Matt Holliday in the 9 o'clock hour. Miles Mikolas in the 10 o'clock hour. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way at 10:45. Everything there is on the Stiefel dossier, and the prize for the email today is 2 tickets to the Stiefel Classic Plus VIP parking for the event coming up at Norwood Hills in the first weekend of September. That is coming your way here on the program, and if you miss anything with this smorgasbord of a dossier, go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Schaefer Door. If you ever run into any issues with your garage door, whether it's break-in, you need it replaced, or you run a business and you need new garage doors, go to SCHAEFER door.com. You're going to be working with Jason Gassrow and his team at Schaefer Door Company, now longtime sponsors of The Morning After. Schaefer Door is online at schaeferdoor.com. They handle residential, they handle commercial, and they pride themselves on setting aside times on Monday because they know people will have garage doors break over the weekend, and they want to be able to get out there immediately at the start of the work week to fix your garage door. It's Schaefer Door. Sponsor of the podcast on 101 ESPN. You can call or text a number they set up specifically for our listeners. That's 636 782-3608, 636-782-3608. That's going to get the quickest response time. It's SchaeferDoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. It's called TMA. Little Jackie Papers is on the 1s and 2s, and Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines on the morning after. Presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals are back in town, taking on the Cubs tonight. 7:15 first pitch. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. There's another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Harold. Well, Doug, it was August of 2011, and why you and me were on a rooftop in Wrigleyville for the Cardinals and Cubs 14 years ago for my bachelor party, and why no one was paying attention to the game. And, well, 2 months and 2 days later, the Cardinals hoisted the World Championship trophy. Are we on the verge of a repeat of 2011 in St. Louis with the Cardinals and Cubs doing battle here in the Gateway City yet again?
It sure feels like it.
Nice, yeah.
When they're in the spot they're in right now, a scant 13 games out of first place, it feels like they're where they want to be and where they should be. I don't know who's going to stop them necessarily.
Nice.
I don't think it'll be the Cubs.
Won't be the Rockies.
No.
They're coming off a tough series against the Blue Jays.
Right. Maybe a historically tough series.
Well, 125 years.
You know, no one's ever taken a prison beating quite that severe. But I suppose the Cubs will test our mettle. But I like the Redbirds' chances to sweep the darn thing.
Taking 5 of 6 going into the Yankees, Martin. And then there's just a buzz in this market.
I'm telling you, Chairman Steve and I were all excited. It was balcony night on the 2 Fox, 2.5 back, and it just went straight to hell. That was Fetty. I think that was the beginning of his demise.
He's got the ball tonight in Atlanta, Martin.
They've given up. They've gone to open phone lines in Atlanta. They've totally given up. But the Cardinals were 2.5 back on that Wednesday. Like, maybe make a little move here. And now I think if I'm Ollie Marmol, I'd walk over to Craig Counsell and say, Jesus, what's going on with the Brewers? Like, I would say, what do you think? Why are they so good? Yeah. They are 70-44, so not only are the Cards looking up at the Cubs, they're 9 back, Doug, so they got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah.
13 back in the division. That is just alarming.
But that wild card, hello, Daddy Likey. Well, it's hard to believe, as down as everyone seems to be on the Cardinals right now for obvious reasons. It wasn't that long ago that they were a game and a half, 2 games out in the wild card. They actually had a shot.
Well, at the All-Star break, I think they were still, we're kind of in it. In this season of runway, which never had much clarity, they were kind of in it. And then they got swept by Arizona, and they weren't really in it anymore. The Padres have sort of established that they're going to be part of that mix. Phillies, Mets, Brewers, Cubs, Dodgers, Padres. Phillies, Mets, Brewers, Cubs, Dodgers, Padres. The Reds, it's a nice little story, but
Is that what you tell them?
Yeah.
They might be a
Padres are 13 over, and that's currently that's your 3rd wild card.
With Mike Schultz still on the hot seat?
I don't know. He heard that about Jackson saying that, and he's now won 8 of 10.
Okay.
He was motivated when he came through town and heard there's a guy saying that he's on the hot seat. Yep. So, to his credit, they responded. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, active as the day is long. They're getting ready for Joey Vitale Bingo, which is coming up here in a matter of moments. What is it? TMA_STL on Instagram, Chairman. Is it on the Twitter tweets, too?
No, I'll throw it up on
Yeah, might
there.
as well. Yeah, the Twitter tweets, TMASTL, Joey Vitale Bingo. See if you can get bingo with Joey Vitale, who is going to join us coming up. Next, the program's TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here. There is nothing more frustrating than a busted garage door. I've been there. It's an unfortunate situation. And if you end up finding yourself in the same situation one day, I got great news for you. I got a great guy. His name's Jason. I call him J-Bone. He's the man. He runs Schaefer Door Company. He's got a heck of a team. Go check him out at their website. It's at SchaeferDoorCompany.com, SCHAE1FER. They're going to take care of you. Small job, big job. They do personal. They do businesses. Any garage door needs, if it's a spring, if it's a cable. I don't even know what the heck goes into these garage doors, but Jason and Schaefer Door Company, they do. For best results, give them a call, shoot them a text. They are going to respond. They are a small enough company. They will take care of you personally. 636-782-3608. Give them a call, shoot them a text. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
Doug, the Joey Vitale bingo card is up on Twitter and Instagram. On Twitter at TMASTL. I just retweeted it, but my account's essentially, what is it, Jackson?
Gift Depot.
Yeah, it's a Gift Depot. And then the TMA _ STL Instagram account. And you can follow along and see it for the first time ever in our Schaefer Door Company, Joey Vitale Friday Conversation. We get a bingo. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA 101 ESPN, friend of the program, blues broadcaster, host of the greatest Christmas party in the St. Louis metropolitan area. He has replaced Chuck Norman. It is Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
Tim, heck of an intro. How you doing today?
I am wonderful. I was just telling the boys in the 7 o'clock hour, I look forward to our conversations on Friday.
I look forward to them. I look forward to them as well. Yeah, you guys have no idea how much I look forward to these. I'm up all night. I get up at 5. I'm prepping. I'm dynamic stretching. I'm warming up my voice. Everything is prepared for this moment. My week, this is the pinnacle of my week right now. Here we go.
All right. Well, and to celebrate that, could you take us off speaker?
Listen, I'm on my AirPods. You want me to switch over? Is it not really good?
Well, are you in your garage, which is great for Schaefer, but it sounds like you might be in your garage.
How's that? Is that any better?
About the same.
It sounds fine to me.
It's fine.
All right, I stand down. I'm going to stand down.
I was looking at my garage door because I was just doing the Schaefer Door Company. How's that? I was just looking at my garage door, making sure if Jason needs to come over here and click in my garage doors any better. I'm going to go out here. Maybe that's a little better for you guys.
I like it. Any ghosts around this morning? Kids, animals?
No growth. No, it's actually, I don't know why you brought this up. Thanks. We actually lost our parakeet over the weekend. Yeah, over the past week. Yeah, parakeet Tinkerbell. She's gone. We got this bird. She was the first bird we got. She's an indoor bird. You know, she was the one, if you remember, my dog attacked. Remember Tim? So Tim set the scene. We're at the trivia night at St. Peter.
Yeah, and you bolted early, as I recall. I must not have been doing a great job hosting.
Tim was rattling off questions, obviously being like a Abercrombie model up there. The women were Goo Goo and Gaga and over him and his awesome voice.
That's the way that happened, Doug.
And, of course, we rattle off by the third question. Of course, I'm 3 for 3. No big deal. And I get a call, and my son's in a panic. And I don't want to recap the whole story because I'm sure people have heard it, but he's like, Dad, you got to get home. There's blood. There's blood everywhere. Why, God? Why? I'm like, oh, my God. So
Charlton Heston's your son?
As you can imagine, we dropped everything. We left it all there. I even brought a nice sourdough plate with some jams and butter. I had to leave all that. That hurt me a little bit. I almost went back to get my bread, but then I figured everyone at the table could enjoy it. So we got up and left. We got home in full panic mode. We thought something happened to the kiddos, and we pull in, and we have 2 kids in the driveway yelling at my dog. And I'm like, what is going on? And long story short, our golden retriever, our young one, Georgia, she attacked Tinkerbell because my youngest boy, Shep, let Tinkerbell out without putting him back in the cage. Tinkerbell was on his last breath. I was thinking about just snapping its neck because I just needed to take the thing out of its misery. I know it sounds cruel, but this thing could barely keep its eyes open. It had no feathers. It had blood. I think some of its intestines were coming out of its body. I'm like,
it's so vivid.
I said, honey, I got to take this thing out. She goes, no, do not do that. At least call the animal hospital. So I called the animal hospital. Those are the great people over there in Brentwood at the 24/7 establishment.
Yola.
I said, hey, I got a parakeet. Shout out Brentwood Animal Hospital. I got a parakeet that I don't think it's going to make it. And they're like, well, do you want to bring it in for an x-ray? I'm like, well, what's that going to do? I'm like, well, not really much. We can't do anything. I was like, and then they're like, you can bring it in for some oxygen. I go, you have a mask for a parakeet to give it oxygen? She goes, yeah, we have masks for all different sizes. So I'm like, well, what would that do? She's like, well, it would make it comfortable. I was like, what happens when you take the oxygen away? She's like, well, not much. I go, so I'm just stuck with a $500 bill for giving my dead parakeet oxygen. So I decided not to do that, and we decided just to kind of give it the night. And I swear, you guys, I wake up the next day, and it's kind of up on 1 foot. And then the next day, 2 feet. And then it starts kind of making this horrible screeching noise. Before it was so pretty, it was like, tweet, tweet, tweet. You know that song? Tweet, tweet, tweet.
Sure.
Tweet, tweet, tweet. It sounded like that. Like I'm waking up every morning like, this is a great bird. Now it's like,
oh, God.
I'm like, oh, God, this sounds horrible. Can you please stop tweeting? And I felt bad for the bird because, like I said, it only had 1 lung. Anyway, long story short, I nursed this thing back to health. I felt like Ben Stiller from Meet the Parents. He's like, hey, just put a little saucer, pet it under his teeth.
Oh yeah, that was Geppetto and his nipples.
Yeah, I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
Yes,
exactly.
Bob De Niro.
I named Geppetto. So I kind of nursed this bird, and honestly, guys, it sounds kind of crazy. It's a bird, but I kind of saw a lot of myself in this bird. I really did, and I love this bird, and I saw this wounded. I've been there before. I was on my last breath multiple times in life, and somebody didn't give up on me, so I didn't want to give up on this bird. So it makes a full recovery 2 months later, and then my daughter Birdie, of all people, her name's Birdie. Yeah, I know, crazy coincidence. She decides to take the bird and literally just chucks it in the air at a family gathering. We had my buddy Chef's birthday last week with my family. She chucks this bird up in there and she goes, go home. And this bird flies away, and we were in panic mode. So if you're in Kirkwood, Webster, Glendale, if you see a parakeet, please give me a holler. I would love to get our little Tinkerbell home. I don't think she's going to make it. She can't fly very well. She's got the clipped wings, but she could take off like a chicken, but she just can't. She can't ascend very long in flight. Almost like a chicken. I guess they call those the hoppies or the yippies. She kind of yippy and hoppy, but I don't know. She may be a meal here pretty soon. So that's how my animals are doing, Tim.
Might be a meal here.
Yeah, well, wounded animals don't last very long in nature. No.
I wouldn't think so. Yeah, nature's a tough. It's a tough thing out there in nature. But yeah, like I said, I kind of felt like Ace Ventura. You ever see that Ace Ventura movie? Remember at the end where he's at the Dolphins game and he's like, oh, and he's trying to catch that bird, and then the mascot, the Eagles mascot, comes by and gets a sip of water. He's like, you just cost me $25,000, Polly. I feel like I'm going to be around Kirkwood, just like, oh. We're driving down the road with my kids. Every I feel like 20 seconds. It's so startling. They're like, Dad. I'm like, what? Oh, never mind. I thought that was Tinkerbell. And it's just like a pigeon, or it's just like a red bird. I go, Harper, that's a cardinal. It's red. Obviously Tinkerbell, she's got beige and green and blue. He's like, oh, I know. I just saw a bird flying. I thought it was Tinkerbell. So we're stopping about every 1/8 of a mile hard. So if you're ever following me in Kirkwood, I need one of those signs in the back of my car, like stops frequently, like they have on the trash cans. I need like my yield lights on constantly saying, hey, this car stops frequently for lost bird. Do they have signs like that, Doug? I'm not sure they do.
Well, you have to make that yourself, I think. But let me get this straight. You were at a friend's house and your daughter took the bird and tossed it up in the air thinking the bird would just instinctively fly to your house?
No, we were at our house, and she just wanted to show everyone the bird. We opened our back doors, and she just wanted to show the family members the bird, and then she just said, go fly, and then it just went flying out the door around the house. So we spent the first hour of the birthday party looking for this bird. And you listen, when you're looking for a dog, you know when you see your dog, right? If you, let's say here, if you lose a goat or a horse or a cow, like you're like, oh, there's my cow.
Right.
Birds are a little tricky here, Doug, because there's birds everywhere. I mean, there's birds flying everywhere. So you're like, oh, is that? No. Oh, God, no, that's not it. Oh, God, no, that's not. So you're constantly like, talk about a wave of emotions, just ups and downs and peaks and valleys. Like, wow, I'm spent. It's been 4 days, but again, if you see a little parakeet around Kirkwood, please give me a call. We'd love to have our little tink back.
Well, you opened the door, and the bird saw that as this was a time to break out of jail. It's like a prison break.
I think so. Yeah, and I like to believe that it's out there making, birdie babies and lots of fun. And maybe he met a cute little parakeet. But then my son Bodie, he's a smart one. He's my artist. He said that parakeets belong in the rainforest. And I said, okay, well, maybe she'll fly to the rainforest. And he's like, Dad, you're an idiot. The rainforest is in South America. So I don't know how far parakeets can fly, but it's going to be a heck of a flight if she makes it.
Yeah, probably not that far.
Did you say that was your smartest son? Do you tell the kids which one's the smartest and maybe
like power rankings?
Do you list it at home?
Yeah, we typically have power rankings, and the girls are obviously always a favorite. I mean, I'll give you an example there, Marty. Last night, the kids were watching Wednesday. It's the new show on Netflix. Well, it's the second season. It's about that girl from the Addams Family. I don't think it's a very great show, but my kids love it.
Oh, Hunting Wives?
It's called Wednesday. But they're marketing the heck out of this. There's billboards around town.
Jenna Ortega, the star.
Yeah, it's kind of a dark show, but I guess it's kind of funny. And the kids are into it. So 9 o'clock, 9:30 bedtime. Like, hey guys, they all downstairs bedtime, and the boys are like, no, Dad, there's 20 more minutes with Wednesday. And I said, what's that? It's a show. I was like, no, it's bedtime. We got to start getting in gear for school next week, picnic, whatever, orientation, whatever. I said, no. And then my son looks at me and goes, Dad, please. I go, no. And then Harper looks at me, no. And Bodie, no. And then they go, Summer, come here. And she goes, what? Summer was in the other room doing homework or some stuff. She goes, can you tell Dad to please let us wait up? And she goes, Dad, can you please let us wait up? And I go, fine. Fine. So everyone knows that if my daughters ask anything, I kind of go in. So, yeah, Bodie, I guess I would call him my smart one. He's the artist. He's the smartest one because he stays the hell away from sports. That's the thing. He's smart because, I'm just going to be an artist and he loves to build things. And I think he's going to be just okay.
Huh, you find out I have a lot more kids?
Whoa.
Need to fill that house up with 5 or 6 more?
No, I've been working on it. I've been working on it with my wife. I'm trying, talking about it. But
what are you at, 5?
We have 5, and she's really put her foot down. I mean, she's not budging. She's not budging. I'll be 40 this month. I'll be 40, Doug. I'm not a spring chicken anymore either. So, yeah. I don't want to be like that super old guy, I guess, when you bring your kid to kindergarten. So like Tim, so it's like,
you mother.
Leave that in.
Although I got to be honest with you, I'm taking him to preschool still.
So you got a little ways to go.
It hits me so hard that we both have kids in the same class. I guess they'll be in the same class next year. And you will feel old at 41 when Shep is in that class, and I will be 49. I mean, we'll have people in there in their 20s. God bless America. What the hell am I doing? And this was all done during a commercial break, too. I conceived the child during a commercial break on this show.
Who among us hasn't?
Thank you. What's that, Joey?
Let's get more into that.
God, there's a soft cow in Kirkwood on the list along with the parakeet.
No, I think that's more the norm, though, Tim. I mean, I think
to create a child in a commercial break.
Yeah. No, not that. I'm being older. It's hard, man. It's hard coming out of college nowadays, and you gotta. They call these the poop years. The poop years are like 20 to mid 40s.
They call them that?
Who are they?
They call them that. You know what I mean? It's like you got to get all your finances in order. You got to get your finances in order. You gotta settle down. You got to find a woman or a man, and then you got to like start a life together. Then you got to like buy a house, and you got to get a stable job, and it takes some time. You know what I mean? And guys, they have a little bit more time. Because biologically they can have children until they're 90. Women, they're kind of on this ticking time bomb, right? Where they only have so many eggs in there, and once those eggs are done, they're done. So I feel bad for women these days because women are like, you live in a society where like, oh, you got to be a woman, you got to be a lawyer and a doctor, and you got to have kids, and you got to have a clean house. It's like, my goodness gracious, these poor women. Like, whatever happened to just being a great mom? Because it's hard enough. Because with every month, the ovulation stuff and all that stuff, you lose one more, and that's one more opportunity you don't have. And then pretty soon, this isn't something where like, if you don't use it, you lose. It is a use it, lose it thing. If you don't use it, you lose that thing. It's gone. It's gone forever. So women are really in a time crunch to find a man.
Talking ovulation with Joey Vitale here. It's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, you wanted to kind of end the interview with ovulation, but we moved it up.
Okay, it's more important.
Yeah.
Indeed. Joey, are you guys back in town? Is this a full-time thing now, or are you going to be on the road anytime soon? This is at school starting, you're done. Now you're locked in.
No, we're actually, my wife and I are taking a quick little hiatus. We've had a quick little trip planned for multiple years, and it's kind of just keeps getting pushed off and pushed back. And we're finally just we're gonna go do it in August for a week. I'll be gone in August. We're going over to Paris for a week, which we're super.
Look at this effing guy. Going over to Paris for a week. Look at him.
We've pushed off these flights and everything for quite some time, and guys, there's never a good time. There's always kids, and there's always work, and there's always something. But doggone it, we're like, no, we're gonna commit to each other. We're gonna do this doggone thing, and we may just go in a hotel and just sleep. We may just sleep the whole time. I mean, I'm okay with that too. We definitely need to get caught up on our rest. But no, we're looking forward to that. And then that's really it about the travels before the blues travels really pick up here come mid-September.
Have you started doing any of the television, I don't call it auditioning because that wouldn't be what it is, but have you started working on that to familiarize yourself with the broadcast style of going radio and television?
The only thing I've personally been doing, Tim, is I've watched a couple games. I like listening to Joe McKernan. He's one of my favorites. I think that he does such a great job where he doesn't overdo it. I like his old school approach. I like the way Darren Pang brings in a little personality too. So I kind of been watching a lot of Rangers and Blackhawks games, and whether it's national for Pang or trying to do some of that. I listen to them for a period, try to do that at least once every few days. And I'll just call a period myself. I'll record myself. I know it's something that, Joe Buck, when I got this job 9 years ago, he recommended me do. It's hard to do. As anyone knows, you listen to yourself like, gosh, I sound like that. That's horrible. But, it is productive. It teaches me some different things. It's going to be, obviously, the biggest turn for me is going to be, how do you call this game for TV? And you got to consider the radio side too, but the precedent is TV. But there is a way to blend it both. And like I said, just working through the kinks of that and trying to listen to myself and see how this sounds, see how it would hear if I could listen to this and no screen. What does the last 10 minutes sound like without visualizing it? Doesn't make any sense. So a lot of that individually, and then from a team standpoint, we're going to really be kind of hitting the round table here with the next week or so to really kind of dial in some different details. We've been talking amongst each other, FanDuel and Hubbard and Blues. Everyone's kind of got their own thoughts, and everyone's got some wonderful opinions, and we got some really cool things coming to the table. But I think now it's going to be about ironing out these details in the next couple weeks, because before you know it, we'll be full into preseason now.
Now, if you go back and listen to yourself on this show, then you might immediately check into rehab. Just if you hear like the cadence, then it's a little rapid fire. I love it. Will you be between the benches?
No, so I don't think so. I think that's going to be one of the changes that they make here with, of course, Jay and company with FanDuel coming in. I think that one thing that they have said is that their background, they come from a lot of football. Like Jay's done a heck of a job on Monday Night Football, worked the ESPN. So with different sports, you have different setups. With football, as you know, it's side by side. So I think the one change I am anticipating to see, this isn't official just yet, but the one change I think could happen would be that I will stay side by side with Chris Kerber. So in the past with Panger and Rivs, obviously Rivs was between the benches, John Kelly was up top, or Panger between the benches, John Kelly up top. So, there's advantages, disadvantages to that. I look at it like, well, the disadvantage of being side by side with Curbs is, you end up missing things at times. Maybe that's happening on the ice. Maybe there's a chirp fest going on. Maybe the coaches are getting into it. Maybe a player comes back to the bench and he goes, my ankle, or something like that. And you kind of know, hey, something's going on with Jamie Benn's ankle. I just heard him. So you miss cues about what's happening on the ice, right? You miss that energy. But the advantage, and I totally understand this too, I think the chemistry between broadcasters, I think it's a lot better when you're side by side. When you're next to someone, it's no different than you guys doing a show side by side or doing it via Zoom. Like you see inflections, you see people raise a hand, they have a thought, or you put up a finger like, when you're done, let me speak. You see their tones come up and down, and you read their body language. So I think side by side allows for a lot smoother of a broadcast. You will miss things at times, but I do think Curbs and I, we will sort through that just fine. And looks like we're going to be side by side, ideally probably in that 320 section where John Kelly has been for a long time.
I've heard some broadcasters say that the easiest games to do are the really good games, and the hard ones are the dog games. Have you found that to be the case?
Oh, 100%. I mean, Darren Payne told me the best advice ever. He said, you prepare for a game, and preparing for a hockey game, it's much like, when you're in high school, and you'll say your chemist teacher says, we have an exam on Friday. I'm going to give you a study guide of 100 questions. Okay, on Friday's exam, I'm only going to give you 20 out of these 100 questions. So you have 5 days of study. Obviously, the responsible thing to do is to study all 100, because you don't know what questions they're going to ask you. So you come to the exam, and then of course you have your 20 questions, and hopefully you study all 100, and you're in a good spot. Preparing for a game is no different. You prepare for everything, or at least you try to prepare for every situation and scenario, knowing full well that you're going to have to throw 80% of this or 90% of this out. Now, Doug, to your point, on a good game, you may study for so much, right? But you may not use any of it, because the game itself is just telling the story, and you're just riding the wave of energy of the game. So, yeah, in a perfect world, you want every game to be a 6-5 overtime winner for the Blues. Just nonstop action, nonstop saves and hitting and goals, and crowds get into it, because those games are easy. You're just calling it, you're feeling the energy, you're trying to get ahead of the play a little bit. This is what I think is going to happen. But then it goes. The tough games, as we know, those are the ones you prepare for. Those are the ones you have those 100 questions all dialed in, because if this game goes south, we got to keep people entertained. We want to make sure that we're keeping listeners and we're keeping viewers, and we want to keep watching this game. And so we're going to give them something different. I mean, that to me is where Curbs is so good. We were doing games for many years now, and when we're losing 5-0 after the first period, we would go on these tangents, and we would go in areas where you just can't go when the game is exciting. So you learn along the way, obviously having good mentors, like I mentioned, with Mikolas and Pang and Curbs and John Kelly. All these guys have taught me so well. But to answer your question, absolutely. When the game is great, it's a fun game to call, and you're just calling what you're seeing. But you got to be prepared, because at any moment the game can go sideways, and you got to have something there to make the game interesting.
Well, you do that. You've managed to do that.
Well, I try to. Yeah, I try to. I try to stay curious, Doug. I saw this thing the other day. Yeah, I saw this thing the other day. This is interesting. Yoga pants. You guys ever think about yoga pants? You ever think about these things?
Oh, sure.
Bingo,
yeah,
bingo. Let me see, Kurt. Bingo, no?
I wear them all the time at home.
Iffy.
Makes me feel pretty.
Oh, you wear them at home?
Yeah, when I'm alone.
Nice, man.
These yoga pants are interesting. And I got to thinking, why are they so interesting? And maybe you don't know why they're so interesting. But, yoga pants, what they've done is they've really exposed something. And not necessarily what you think. So you got yoga pants. And obviously, we all know men and women, there's a nice figure, if you will. And then this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, but what's really going on there? Like, people often forget, like, we're cavemen and women, and you evolve things evolve slowly in this world. Like it takes hundreds and thousands, and if not millions of years for things to evolve. So, we live in a world full of technology and social media. We live in this just unbelievably fast-paced world, but our minds are still like cavemen and women. So this is what's interesting. So you see a figure, right? And you're like, wow. But what's going on there? I mean, it's like a gal's rear end. Like, what's a guy's rear end? What are we looking at here? Like, what's the big deal? Well, here's the deal.
All right.
You're looking for fertility cues, Doug. You're looking for fertility cues. And this is science. This isn't my biased opinion. I'm reading this article the other day.
Yeah.
So fertility speaking, the best body shape to have a child, they say, is like a pear-shaped body type. And I'm listening to this and I'm like, wow, that's fascinating. And they say that, people have all different types. And I think I have more like maybe avocado, or maybe I'm an apple. I don't know what I am.
Doug, how would you describe Joey's body?
Avocado sounds
Doug,
good.
always good to see you. It's better to look at you from behind.
Oh, come on, Jay.
Jeez, what was that? So this is true. The body ratio from hip to thigh, they say like a 0.7. A 0.7 ratio is the most ideal to bear a child. This is crazy. So next time you look at a person and you admire them, you're actually looking at them because you're admiring the fact that this person could be really fertile and I can have a child with them. Listen, the world's smart.
Yeah.
We're not still here by accident.
No.
We're cavemen. We're looking for cues to see how are we going to keep this civilization moving. We got to keep people coming in this world, right? So you're looking for people with the body types that will produce the fertility. I mean, we've talked about kissing, I think, before. Maybe we haven't, but when you're
talked about kissing before.
Not between the two of us, no.
You exchange saliva, Doug. You're exchanging saliva on a kiss. You're actually biologically, are we compatible? Down to the microscopic level to have children. That's why sometimes you're like, how's the guy? Oh, he's good. He kissed me last night. Well, do you like it? I don't know. But the problem is your body's telling you can't make babies with this guy. That's what it's trying to say.
Okay.
That's all it's trying to say. Listen to your body. Or yeah, you kissed me. Oh, I got butterflies. No, you didn't get butterflies. You want to have babies with this guy. And your body's saying, yeah, go. You can do it. That's right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about teaching a sex ed course?
Listen, Marty, here's the deal.
What?
You're a caveman. We're all cave people. Just because the world's so fast-paced, we're still, again, evolution takes time. We're still in that caveman spirit. So be observant. All I'm telling, my message is simple. Be observant. Look around. Things may not be what you think. You are a caveman, and you got to think about that.
Doug, you are a caveman, and you got to think about that.
That was a very good answer. I completely forgotten what the question was.
Yeah, for sure.
But it was a wonderful
Whether
answer.
the Oilers could make it back to the conference final.
I think that's what it was.
Hey, guys, stay well.
Joey Vitale, when are you heading to Paris?
We are going I got to ask my wife. I don't even know. She's got all the flight stuff. I just got to get to Tim. I wake up every day. You know what I say to myself every day? I wake up every day, and I say, you just got to get to lunch, buddy. Just get to lunch.
Well, we're almost there.
I hope you will call in from Paris. I'm sure your wife would really enjoy that. The City of Lights, and we can break down how things are going in France with Joey whenever that Friday arrives that he is going. Always enjoy the conversation, Joey. So adventurous. So vivid, so educational. That's what Schaefer Door is sponsoring. Joey Vitale every Friday here on TMA. Thank you, Joey. Have a good weekend.
Always a pleasure, boy. You guys have a great weekend as well.
There he is. It's Joey Vitale on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman, did we get a bingo?
Yeah.
We got a bingo.
Multiple.
Yeah.
What was the bingo?
This would be considered the B column.
The B column.
So all the way to the left.
Yes. Right. And he definitely had a Tim Limming comment.
Yep.
He had to have yelled, screamed, or Ric Flair wooed at some point.
Yeah.
Song lyrics. There was a Tweedly Deedly Dee.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There was multiple facts about animal reproduction.
sure.
Almost the theme of it.
And then we were on the edge of the random comparison that no one can follow, but he hit that in spades there at the end. I don't even remember what it was, but it's definitely there.
There it is, Doug. A bingo hits.
Nice.
And you can see the bingo card on the TMA Twitter account, TMA STL, or the TMA Instagram account.
Did he mention anything about when he played?
No.
I don't think so.
That one didn't make
Nothing.
it.
No Sidney Crosby happy 38th birthday message either.
Free space, though.
Oh, that's true.
No free space.
Congrats, everybody.
He's one of one. I love Joey.
They're arguing about whether they like him in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now, Doug, if you want to go in there.
Well, no one bats 1,000. I love Joey. And to me, that's all that matters.
That you love him.
Yeah.
I
Well,
love
for
Movie
me.
Boy.
Yeah, that's all that matters to me.
Seems to be a lot of talk about fertility, whether it's with animals or humans. We always kind of get back to reproduction.
Oh, I think some could say humanity always gets back to reproduction.
Okay.
Life finds a way.
You've
Jeff
been
Goldblum,
groomed,
Jurassic
boy.
Park.
Life finds a way. Jeff Goldblum. Doug, your favorite roles for Jeff Goldblum over the years? Jurassic Park would be in there.
Fly.
Fly.
Yeah.
Brundlefly.
Big Chill. He's pretty good in the Big Chill.
Big Chill.
He's
And then
done a lot of
Independence Day.
apartment.
I mean, he
He's done
kind of saved the world.
Yeah.
He's done some apartment commercials.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's done that.
Some of that.
Was he Tom Arnold's co-star in 9 Months along with Joan Cusack? Am I right on that?
I don't know.
I think you're
Robin
right on
Williams in
yeah.
that picture? Am I right on that?
He plays-
Grant?
He is credited in 9 months.
He plays Nick Kroll's dad in the show The League, and you wouldn't think that Nick Kroll and Jeff Goldblum look alike, but they do. Pretty good.
Seems to enjoy really being kind of weird. Like he feeds off of that.
Yes.
You
Would
can tell
agree.
that at the award shows.
Yeah.
Adam Welly has issued a statement to us via the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with regard to those who are unhappy with Joey not talking enough sports. And he says, "It's okay, guys. We got some olds in here." That's Adam Welly. Yeah, it seems like the audience is kind of, the TMA people have kind of moved to the TMA YouTube channel, and then, maybe the, other situation on the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. But sometimes they integrate, Doug, and it's like the Soches and the
Jocks
and the Outsiders stay gold pony boy.
Yeah.
That's what can happen in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Sunny weather in the forecast. Get out and enjoy you some, brother. Michelob Ultra, sponsor the YouTube chat. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Sponsor the Dotem and our upcoming golf tournament. And by the way, next week, temperatures cool down again into the mid-80s. So get outside and enjoy it. Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. We're not done here, though. We got Matt Holliday coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. We got Miles Mikolas in the 10 o'clock hour. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 10:45 before BK and Ferrario take over. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Is this Akon?
I don't know who it is. Is it one of the Chipmunks?
Is that Theodore?
It was Alvin.
Jackson, what is our movie theme here on Friday, August 8th, 2025?
Just R&B Friday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is this R&B?
Did you just cobble that together, not only during the break, but when Tim asked the question?
No, this is what I was kind of just like, feels like an R&B kind of day.
And he was born in St. Louis,
Yes.
Akon.
Yes.
St. Louis's own Akon.
Ledoux guy?
I don't think he even spent like a year here.
Kevin Nealon.
Yes, very similar.
SZA spent more time here.
Yeah, but I think as of late, she's really leaned into the St. Louis thing, which is great. I mean, she's like one of the bigger artists in the world, really. And her latest album had her in a blues jersey. So she's very much representing St. Louis.
She loves the note. She is bullish on this club in 2025, 2026. 63 days until the opener. Hello again, everybody.
Ozzy Osbourne in a blues gear.
Think about that.
Blues jersey. Well arrested.
John Hamm.
Blues hat.
Blues hat and scarf.
About time for our... didn't anyone have a little hot stove hockey talk at some point?
That's right. Is he on the line?
No. The bassist in Triumph, I feel like, was always wearing a blues jersey. I'm looking at Akon. It doesn't say why he was born here. A lot of times, if it's random, it's like their dad worked for Monsanto or something.
Mm-hmm.
Victor Hovland.
Victor Hovland, Martin.
Colin Firth.
Both St. Louisans.
Parkway North.
Are we doing a little bingo, like random St. Louis?
Victor Hovland is from St. Louis?
Victor Hovland, who plays for Norway / Europe in the Ryder Cup. But
his dad was a
Boeing Monsanto.
One of those.
McDonnell Douglas. Hell, I don't know. Yeah, fun facts no one tell. Right. We got them. It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And on this program, we have already been joined by Joey Vitale. We've got Matt Holliday coming up here in the 9 o'clock hour. And then we'll be joined by Miles Mikolas in the 10 o'clock hour. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. 2 tickets to the Stiefel Classic along with 2 VIP passes for the parking. The prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. New episode of Movie Boy debuts tomorrow, Doug. Mm-hmm. And Jackson, what can you tell the audience about this new episode that'll be debuting? And it's on the TMA podcast feed. Subscribe to the TMA podcast, and it'll just pop up on your phone tomorrow morning.
Yeah. So the deep dive on the state of streaming movies in general, and talked it over with my mom, who is a former movie critic, longtime journalist, still an active journalist as today.
Now, one of your favorite movies of the 21st century is the film Moneyball. Am I correct?
Love Moneyball.
Is it on your Mount Rushmore of 21st century films?
No, but it would be on my Mount Rushmore of baseball movies for sure. Probably sports movies as well.
Wow. How about that? Well, David Justice sat down on what podcast is this, Jackson?
All the Smoke.
All the Smoke. You ever listen to All the Smoke, Doug?
No, I haven't.
Well, he's not a fan of the way they portrayed him in Moneyball. He was kind of portrayed as the grumpy veteran who was just finishing off his career sideways with Brad Pitt's Billy Bean character. David Justice crapped on the realistic portrayals in Moneyball. Here he is on the All the Smoke podcast.
Was Moneyball accurate? Not even close. Not one scene actually happened. Really? Let me tell you about Moneyball. First day I walked into the clubhouse, they was like, our leader has arrived. Here he is. I'm coming in 7 World Series teams in. Damn. And me, I've been trying to lead my team since my second year, Matt. So I walked in, couldn't wait to be the leader of this team, and they reminded me of the young Braves. Oh, really? Man, they had Mark Mulder, Tim Hudson, Barry Zito. We had Miguel Tejada, Eric Chavez over there. We had Jermaine Dye, young Jermaine Dye. I had come like full circle. Like now I'm the main veteran trying to lead these young guys. Yeah. And man, listen, they know on the plane, last seat, that's my office. Come see me. My character was made to be kind of like a standoffish type of guy. You know what I mean? I had teammates that saw it, that was calling, hitting me up. DJ, man, we salty, man, how they played you, bro.
Base hit.
They were salty how they played you, bro.
Yeah.
No matter what he did in his baseball career, he'll be remembered for marrying Halle Berry, right? That was his best moment, probably.
big home run in the 95 World Series to give the Braves their only world championship. Also a guest on the Edmonds and McKernan show. I think that's probably the one.
Mount Rushmore of David Justice accomplishments.
Right. His Moneyball appearance. Royce Clayton was in that movie. Like really Royce Clayton, not somebody playing Royce Clayton.
They kind of look alike.
Royce Clayton played Miguel Tejada.
That's what it was.
Who won MVP that year?
Career home runs, David Justice.
I remember having Mulder on, I think my podcast. Or no, I think it also was on the Edmonds McKernan show. And he's like, all right, I'm going to watch this thing. I've never watched it. And this is like, I don't know, a good number of years after it was released, because he was told by his teammates and people who knew about the team that it would really kind of irritate them because they didn't mention what Justice just mentioned, which was the combination of Mulder, Hudson, and Zito. And it focused on Doug Hatterberg.
Scott Hatterberg walking.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, it's not like Hollywood to ever exaggerate a point or anything.
Well, it's not a documentary. That would be my main.
No, but it's kind of based on what really happened.
Yeah, but I don't. The movie isn't
totally
about the
fiction
athletic.
either.
It's about Billy Beane. To me, like that's my always when I watch Moneyball, and I love Moneyball. It's like it's a movie about Billy Beane. It's not necessarily about the Oakland Athletics, although obviously that's a major part of the movie. I think it's about Billy Beane's essentially his revenge on the system in a way. Or at least that's the story they're trying to tell. And it wouldn't really fit in the story about the pitchers, although it's obviously very important.
But just a few minutes for someone to have a snide comment like, yeah, Hatterberg's great. Doesn't hurt to have these pitchers either.
Sure.
Could have mentioned it somehow.
Yeah, it's fair criticism. It's a common criticism. And I'm not going to, but what the movie does is amazing, so I'm not going to
What does it
be
do
upset.
that's amazing?
The Brad Pitt's performance as Billy Beane, I just think it's really awesome. It's very well made. It makes like a very kind of boring subject really entertaining.
Jackson, didn't someone try to burn down Leader Justice's house? That's from Dale and Greville. One of his teammates tried to burn his house down?
Or is that Andre? Are we confusing? Are we thinking
I was thinking Andre Rison, and that,
Atlanta,
of course, was Left Eye Lopez of TLC.
Yeah, I believe Rest in Peace, maybe?
Yeah, she does.
I think they're confusing David Justice, Andre Rison, prominent stars living in the Atlanta area. Could be wrong.
David Justice lost his house in the wildfires.
But that was not necessarily arson.
Correct.
Can't hang that one on Left Eye.
Tim is hotter than David Justice. Thanks. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. I don't know. I don't know about that. Is he like 5'7"?
David Justice?
6'4"-ish, I think.
Well, once you get that surgery done, at least.
Yeah, I'm going to get it up to 5'9", though.
Career home runs, anyone?
Ooh,
David Justice?
that puts me to the test.
Because not a power hitter, but pretty good home run guy, yeah.
325.
He had a couple of years where he had 40 or more, I think.
So
I think he probably made it over 300.
Yeah.
330.
Oh, wow. I got a little berth there for once.
305.
Oh.
Save this movie talk for Movie Cuck or whatever the damn thing's called. That's from the 314.
Is it
He's not
called
happy.
Movie Cuck?
Maybe some weeks.
The episodes with Gareth.
Yeah, if we do a Matt Damon deep dive.
Oh, Matt Damon's
he plays cuckold a lot.
Really?
Yeah. It's
Mount Rushmore of Matt Damon cuckold films, Doug.
Downsizing. In Contagion, the credits are still rolling and he's getting cucked.
Wow.
The Departed big time gets cucked. And then you could probably make an argument. Oh, Talented Mr. Ripley, he's like a pro cuck.
A professional cuckold?
Yeah, there are some schools that are creating that major now.
Yeah.
What do you have to do? Just get yourself a Davenport and sit tight?
In Departed, it's tough. Yeah.
I could have majored in that.
Yeah.
I could have found an old Davenport. I'll just sit here and you berate me.
If there was a movie to portray TMA from the past year, who would be cast? I've got Piddles being played by Jay Baruchel.
Oh, nice. Canadian.
Martin by Chris O'Dowd.
Chris O'Dowd. I need to take a look.
I look at Jackson for these names.
I know. I should know. I've heard the name Chris O'Dowd, and I'll recognize him as soon as I see him.
This could do damage to the movie Cuck brand.
No, not Chris O'Dowd from Martin. I wouldn't say.
I disagree with that.
He is from Ireland.
Yeah, there you go.
How about Wilfred Brimley?
and no longer with us. I think.
Oh, well, that's going to be hard for him then.
AI is magical. Timmy by Brad Pitt. Doug by John Lithgow.
Yeah, always.
Supported by the chairman, played by Paul Walter Hauser, who will go on to win a Golden Globe.
That is true. Paul Walter Hauser is awesome.
Doug, Paul Walter Hauser.
You saw Richard Jewell, right?
Maybe.
He played Richard Jewell.
Okay.
And isn't he in Cobra Kai?
Is he? I don't watch the presentation.
Wow, I just got looked down on right there.
I
caught it.
Is that television you're referring to?
I don't look down on anything. Who am I to look down on anything?
So why are you doing it?
Right. Precisely.
Are there drops today?
No. Okay, I know what you're saying. I thought that was a major shot for a second. No, you mean drops of the week. Yes,
it just occurred to me because throughout the show, I was like, oh, that'd be a drop. Oh, that'd be a drop. And then I thought, do we have? Yeah. Okay, we do. Sorry. I'm new.
We'll have those coming up. We got Matt Holliday coming up. We got Miles Mikolas coming up. We got the designer. That's why I said we got a 6-hour show here crammed into 4 hours.
Vitale's still on hold.
Vitale's still talking it over regarding yoga pants. It's all going on. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com. And if you want to call them, I got a number that is easy to remember: 314-222-2222. If you have been injured in a car accident and you're going, I don't know what to do, here is the answer. You go to brownandcrouppen.com and you work with a local law firm that has been in St. Louis since its founding in 1979. It's Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman, and their very large staff that they have in those new offices built down on the hill. Brown and Crouppen, longtime sponsor now of TMA, and online at brownandcrouppen.com. 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements. Matt the Bat coming up next here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Head to the grocery store this weekend to load up. Maybe you need a new idea for things to grill. Stop by at Schnucks. The butcher shop is always friendly, always there with some ideas. That's part of the benefit of going to Schnucks. You got all these friendly folks throughout the store, and you're going to save money because they've dropped the prices. They continue to do that. As grocery prices went up, Schnucks sat down and said, how can we drop prices on items? They started with 100 here, 100 there. They got to over 2,000. They continue to find ways to drop those prices. They're not special savings. They are everyday savings. And if you have the Rewards app, they'll notify you things that you often purchase when there's any additional savings. It's one of the benefits of the Rewards program. You can use it to do curbside pickup. They do home delivery. Schnucks delivers. That's one of the things that's been added in recent years. So for all your grocery needs and to save money while you're doing it, sign up for the Rewards program. And stop by your neighborhood-friendly Schnucks. It's everyday savings you can count on.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. It took 47 Major League games before Pittsburgh Pirates ace Paul Skeens gave up 7 hits to an opposing lineup. Skeens' record streak of allowing 6 or fewer hits ended at 46 starts last night in a 7-0 victory over the Cincinnati Reds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, you like this jam?
Well, there's not much to it.
Oh, and then Usher kicks in.
All right.
Issue an apology now.
I'm so sorry, Usher. I'll take some time away.
Did you say Ursher?
Ursher? No, I usually say Usher.
Jackson, is he on your Mount Rushmore?
For R&B? Probably, yeah, have to be.
There you go.
For R&B.
Why would someone say Ursher?
That's how he would say it sometimes. It's kind of fun.
You ever say dough?
Well, yeah, like Doog.
I would never call myself Doog.
Consider it, rebrand.
Rebrand.
The program is called TMA Jackson Celebrating R&B Friday here on the program as we are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna's online at evergreenstl.com. We still have the drops of the week to come. We still have Matt Holliday to come. We still have Miles Mikolas to come. We still have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day to come. Doug, it's a smorgasbord on the Stiefel dossier.
It's almost too much to get to.
I agree with you on that.
To where you just wonder if we shouldn't come in tomorrow.
And just
and
get
do
more
another
reps?
4 or 5 hours just to get it all in.
Have you guys ever done that? Or just
Oh, hell no.
practice radio?
Is the bat on the line?
No, he's 9:30.
Oh, 9:30. I don't know.
Did you have him at 9:10?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it was Vitale.
I think Vitale just threw everything off.
Yeah.
We don't even know what day it is anymore.
Well, that means we get to enjoy the drops of the week now here. Is this you or is this Chairman Kurt?
This is me.
This is Jackie Papers. Doug, here we are. We celebrate a great week of programming with Jackie Papers Drops of the Week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Clip that off.
Are you worried about all the perverts?
You are quite perceptive, Tim. That is absolutely true.
Frank was running me ragged out there.
Come here, big fella.
The Los Angeles Dodgers won this game, but the Cardinals won it 5-3.
Hey, what's up, Evan? I don't have long to talk, though. I'm leaving Vermont.
Well, it's actually Sal. So, Huff, did you let him know who he's on with?
That's a goal of mine, is to not read every day.
That is an excellent idea. Bottle of bleach and computers in the background.
I'm not sure where we're going with that.
Handing out lollipops and ass whippings, and I'm fresh out of lollipops.
It ain't personal, bro. It's business.
Like, I want you to do better than that.
Oh, was I not supposed to say that?
I don't think so.
All right, edit that part out.
Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live. Thing sucks.
Oh.
That was Drops of the Week.
Bill O'Reilly, geez, that's 15 years old.
That wasn't from our show.
No.
The way I haze the producers around these parts.
Multiple producer hazings in that. Hoff, did you tell him who he's on with? Yeah, like it's the producer's fault that this guy this Dan in Warwick doesn't know who's he on with.
Doug, we've got breaking news that might make you happier than Missouri deciding to actually wear their school colors.
Oh, what's that?
St. Louis City SC and Purina introduce the club's first ever team pet, and it's a dog.
Of course it is. It would have to be.
Defense, doggies, defense.
Yeah, we're actually going to be known as the Dogs.
Here come the doggies. The toasted ravioli thing didn't catch on. The doggies have arrived.
Yeah, the winning didn't catch on either.
Oh!
Well, I'm just saying, when you don't do well, then you get an animal. The Blues tried that for a while. They were kind of down and out, and then all of a sudden, hey, look, we got a dog.
Barkley.
Yeah.
And they love it in St. Louis.
And then when the team struggles, you say, oh, look,
really
the
need a dog
is
anymore.
in the office today.
But it would make sense to have a dog running up and down the sidelines there at the soccer games.
Why
People
don't
would
we
love
have
that.
one at Hubbard? Why don't we get a dog?
We had Terry Krupin's dog in here the other day.
Gorley.
Mm-hmm. I guess, yeah, I'm all in favor of City being the Dogs.
I don't be, I don't know, a downer, but feels like polling sold this in It's all a way to make money. I don't know. I don't know. But God bless the dog. We all love dogs, except Jackson.
It is a business. If they want to make money, that's kind of what they're in it
But do you
for.
think it is a marketing ploy?
Oh, sure.
Overcharge him for a second-hand Bowflex. Let's get ripped.
What would you pay
have
for
you
a
ever
second-hand?
overcharged for a second-hand Bowflex?
Is the Bowflex the thing that you would attach to like the doorway? and do
No,
pull-up?
it was a machine, but it was like when you were working out at home and you would buy that unit. I think
It
it was
had all kinds of things coming out of it.
But instead of having like weights, I think it was always like bands and
Oh, it's
tension.
like one of those
the cable machine at the gym that you can do pull downs, presses. It's kind of a jack of all trades piece of equipment.
Okay.
Bow.
I'm seeing it as like one of those dumbbells where you can change the weights.
They
Well, it may
made
have
a line
changed.
of dumbbells
Got
just
it.
under the name Bowflex, but
I don't want them to be the doggies. That's stupid. That's from
Why?
Angry Dan, Doug.
Why is that stupid?
Angry Dan call-in will move you to the front of the line. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines, and you and Doug can legislate as to whether or not they should be the doggies. But they do now have a franchise dog. And Doug, there is a question in here wondering as to whether or not the dog's name is Tinsel.
Oh, that would be nice. Might bring back a tear for me, thinking about how much I miss that slut. But it was a fun dog.
Mark, you'll hear that next Friday.
Fun dog.
A lot of the neighborhood dogs agreed.
Yeah,
The Purina thing's about a month old now. It's from Just Don't Press Push.
But
they have
to
That
us.
shot like it's a Kate Middleton Mother's Day photo.
But they haven't revealed the dog. That's going to take place tomorrow, so it is current news. So Saturday before they play Nashville, Doug, they're in SC. We've got a soccer club coming
Makes
to
all
town.
the sense in the world. If Purina is your big sponsor,
for sure.
You
they're
don't
on
have
the
another
jersey.
nickname?
They're on the. I'm sorry, they're on the kit. On the kit. So they'll have a little dog. Do you think it'll be a lab, Tim?
I think I saw somebody. Sent it a
Oh
picture.
no, it's already leaked.
no, they posted it on their website.
Oh, it's already out there.
What kind of dog?
Looks to be a yellow lab.
Okay.
They narrowed it down.
There it is, right there.
This is Petey is the winner, and I think he was chosen out of 7 contestants, Doug.
Tinsel, I think, finished second. So
Tinsel has
Tinsel's the
been
alternate.
dead for almost, 50 years.
It's a spaniel.
It's not a spaniel. It's a poodle.
Martin's a soccer-hitting nincompoop. Show some STL pride, Marvin Killjoy.
Wow.
I'm a
I don't even see that one in there. Was this directly to your
It's
phone?
from your from ownership. It's from
your mom's lesbian lover.
Your mom's lesbian lover.
Oh, you sent
says,
it 4 times too, Doug. That means he's
soccer-hating nincompoop. I don't think that's true. I'm just kind of questioning whether the dog is a bit of a marketing vehicle, which of course it is. The Blues rolled out. If you look back, I guarantee when Barkley was rolled out, it was during a difficult stretch for the team.
But still, that's okay.
So you're saying the Cardinals will have a dog next week?
Instead of Heimblum's presser, at the end of the season, there'll be a dog announcement.
There's that minor league team that has a dog as the bat boy. Have you seen that, where the dog goes and collects the bat? That'd be a fantastic thing to do at the major league level.
To be clear, I am a nincompoop, but there's nothing wrong with the dog. But it is a little bit of marketing play.
Yeah.
I didn't know I was a soccer-hating nincompoop. Jeez.
It kind of hurt you. It kind of stung a little bit, didn't it?
Oh, I just want to know context.
No.
Your mom's lesbian lover, call in 314-974-0101. Eric in the Central West End is not happy. City SC is a woke trash organization, Doug. That is Eric in the Central West End.
They had a rough week, but they're going to bounce back with this dog.
Oh, by the way, Cousin John texted me last night and said Eric was correct. I was with a former Jesuit in training who said that DeBerg Hall thing is true, that story, that they did have an area that they didn't touch where the exorcism took place. So when he said he was in there 22 years ago looking at it, former Jesuit sources have indicated to Cousin John that was, in fact, true.
And since then, they have...
I believe since then.
Cleaned it up. God bless America.
Now, Matt Pulling is texting me, dog, 2 years in the making. Like I said, probably
you're catching it from all sides now.
Probably a Pulling vehicle.
Why would it take 2 years? That's like the Rams needing 5 years to change jerseys.
Well,
You
polling, text Doug, okay?
why would it take
call
two?
Leave me out of it.
974-0101 will move you ahead of the line, except you're second to your mom's lesbian lover, who is back and says Eric is a bigger D-bag than Killjoy. That's your mom's lesbian lover, who clearly is not calling in because he's still texting in, and he's not happy with Eric or Martin.
Okay.
I enjoy City. I deal with those folks quite a bit. Rooting for the squad. Got a tough test.
Either.
Coming up on Saturday, Nashville. They still have 10 matches to go, Doug.
You don't have to
If they
say
could
matches. You could say games.
Oh, why do you hate the pitch?
I don't hate the pitch.
I assume that Jackson hates the soccer team now. That's from Beer Cats. He won our Lister of the Month in January 2023.
No, good on him. People love dogs. I'm just because I don't like them that much doesn't mean that other people can't love them.
I saw you give Goldie the finger the other day.
No, I hope everyone loves their dog. That's my hope. But
well, I think most people do.
Sure, and I'm glad for that. But just because I don't like it doesn't mean you have to love it any less.
No.
Or don't want one. I like some dogs.
But you're afraid of some dogs.
No, I used to be. Now it's more just disinterest in their general well-being.
Huh. Oh! How would you take it if a dog spent all night going right in your ear?
Yeah, I would avoid
wanting to go outside 5 times.
That would be the last night. I'm giving the dog to someone else.
I was close to giving her the old Yeller treatment.
Yeah, I would have no time for that. But I don't have like that love for dogs that you do.
Yeah.
Eric in the Central West End is angry as a hornet. I did not appreciate being called a liar yesterday by Paul from the wealthy part of West County. He is the one who did not go to the correct floor in DeBerg Hall. That's Eric in the Central West End.
Well, and things do change over time. One guy can see something, and then if it gets moved, another guy goes here a year later, it's not there. It doesn't mean the first guy was lying about it. I think that's the situation we have here.
Hey, guys, what's creepier? Guy who hates kids or guy who hates dogs? Dog hate guy is a straight-up psycho, right?
No,
that's a big tough.
People are psycho. People are crazy for thinking that, oh, my God, I'm going to stop myself for say something I regret. Oh, it's crazy to me.
Who dumps you when you swear?
Me. I have to dump myself. I'm not saying I would swear. It's just some people are literally awful to other people, but because they're good to dogs, that makes them a good person. Like what?
That was the Kleiner line at the LaRussa Roast. He said, oh, man, Tony, those dogs, he is great to dogs. He's great to cats. It's people he treats like bleep.
It's wild to me.
A lot of people have more sympathy for dogs than they do for people.
Yeah. They're more redeemable.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hey, listen.
Well, I'm not arguing with you.
I'm not looking to argue.
Hey, calm down.
I'm not psycho for not liking dogs all that much. I think some people need a reality check sometimes.
Huh. Never had a dog at all. Never.
No.
Never once.
This is exactly how a psycho would respond. Some Steven time.
Nope.
Boy, they're not letting up. They're just not. Focus on movie boy.
Listen, if you love your dog and have all the love for your dog, that's great. Me not really caring about it shouldn't have any effect on you.
Agree with Jackson. Great take by Jackson. The Francis Park Mermaid. There you go.
Francis Park Mermaid.
And my official take, in case anyone's confused, is I just personally don't really like dogs all that much, but if you do, good on you. That's kind of it.
You didn't grow up with them. Your family didn't have dogs. Do you like cats?
No.
Okay, good. I'm there.
Jackson watches those Sarah McLachlan commercials on TV and just sits there feeling nothing. It's from the 6th
Oh, gosh. Are you that heartless?
No. I will say I don't know how to react when someone tells me their dog died. Like, I'm like, hey, you want to play golf? And someone's like, my dog just died. I was like, okay. Yeah, I feel terrible for you.
Looks like a member of the family.
2:30 tea time. Like, I don't know. But, like, I don't know.
I think that's different. I think you saying, it's not my thing, totally normal. But when people's dog die, it is a big deal for them.
Okay, I get that.
Okay.
Chairman Kurt goes on vacation with his dog.
Good on him. I champion that. Good on you, Kurt.
Thanks.
See? Sounded insincere.
It's a good read.
Good on you. It was kind of like, whatever.
Take this down to the turn.
It doesn't bother me that people have dogs. Just don't expect me to be like going nuts because you have a dog.
Or that the dog died.
Well, I want to try to be sensitive, but I don't know how much birth do you give? You know, is it like they're out for the weekend?
Could be.
Okay, all right. We all experience a lot.
I feel sorry for Jackson's childhood.
I don't. I had a great childhood.
You having a treat?
Coffee got a little hot in my top of my mouth.
Oh, mouth. You seem a tad rattled. Can we get you back?
I'm only rattled because people are being just disingenuous.
Well, people love dogs, and they don't want to hear that someone else doesn't. And
Okay,
wants them all
but what
dead.
I'm saying, like a Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, Jackson has no soul. No, I have a lot of...
Turn it off. It's not going well in there.
Look away.
I have a soul and empathy and compassion for so many things. I just don't have the connection to dogs.
My text line advice, kind of like Costas at the 29-minute mark. Look away.
Well, it's my week to change names. Trust me, when weeks I'm not changing names, I don't look at the text line.
Okay.
It's just people being mean.
You got 90 minutes, Jackson, and then it's over until September. And you know what that week will be? Missouri and Kansas.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Bart Scott gif.
Yeah, there you go. So just think, only 90 more minutes. And if you don't have a text inbox name saved, 314-399-9646. You got 90 minutes to get it saved, and then Jackson isn't doing it again until September. So here you go, 90 minutes capitalized. Plus, you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. 2 tickets to the Stiefel Classic along with VIP passes. To the parking passes to the Stiefel Classic. That's our prize. Matt Holliday coming up next. Miles Mikolas in the 10 o'clock hour. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. Stiefel dossier has been set. The program's called TMA on 101 ESPN. May 101 ESPN shows presented by Brown and Croup. At 9 o'clock hour is presented by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Cardinal Hall of Famer, friend of the show, Matt Holliday with us here on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, guys.
Are you like in recovery mode right now?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what you would call it. Yeah, I am limited in my usefulness currently. Yes, so I'd say that.
We've kind of been limited in our usefulness for long stretches. I didn't know is that a hip? Like if somebody texts you, hey, I'm having hip replacement. I'm like, I'm not a doctor, but can we say? But you did. Was this something that's been in the works for a while?
Yeah, it's been bothering me for a while. I've tried a lot of alternatives with the PRP and some of the ways that try to naturally kind of ease the pain of hip joint problem. But I've had 3 or 4 doctors tell me that, basically it's inevitable that you need your hip replaced. So I got tired of limping around and being limited in how much activity I could get. So I went ahead and had it replaced Wednesday.
I guess in a way, it's kind of like if it was going to happen anyway, might as well get it done at 45, right? Easier recovery, I would think, relatively.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful that I'll be back at it in about 6 weeks of doing pretty much whatever I want, is what they say. So.
But then you can't play pickleball for 6 weeks. That's got to be tilting.
Yeah, that is very much not my favorite part of this. But, you got to think big picture, and I'm going to be so much better. My mobility will be so much better.
Starting to talk smack kind of loosely there.
He's a confident pickleball player.
Career wear and tear, anything specific? Is it, you think, the football background, or is it all baseball?
I don't know. Hard to say. I would probably think mostly just all the rotations when playing baseball. I would guess maybe just a cumulative effect of all the wear and tear of all the sporting endeavors that I've participated in, but I don't know. I think it's just one of those things where you wear it down so much that eventually there's no more cartilage, and you got to do something about it.
I suppose just sliding would be hard on the hip. You never banged into an outfield wall, did you?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, look, you take a lot of it's the price to pay, for playing sports, and I think a lot of it may have been just sitting on my back leg with my leg kick. It's my right leg, and having a high leg kick could have had something to do with it. But you never know exactly what it was. But there was no one incident that thought I just hurt my hip. I think it was a cumulative deal. I never had any hip problems when I played.
So what's the recovery here? And do you have a little bell you rang for Leslie to bring you things? I feel like she wouldn't like that. What's the current status?
I have a walker, which is super cool and makes me feel young and athletic.
Especially when you get it fitted for new tennis balls.
I didn't put tennis balls on. I refused.
Oh.
I'm actually getting around pretty decent. I had to walk and pee to get to go home from the surgery. So I did a lap with a walker and peed, and I was home. I had the surgery at 7 a.m. in Dallas, and I was home by 4 o'clock. So it's pretty in and out. So
did you do the big Montana trip kind of knowing this was coming? And then did we talk Montana? Were you fishing? Were you kayaking?
We dropped Ethan off in Scottsdale with his new job, and the 2 younger kids were pretty upset. Just the idea of Ethan headed off to a new endeavor. So we took them on a little vacation to Montana, and we went fishing, and we did whitewater rafting, and we jumped in cold springs and rode bikes, and just kind of enjoyed the cool weather and spent a few days up there.
Nice. Are you a cold plunge guy? They started doing this. We were talking about this the other day, and I said I can make it like 30 seconds. A humble brag. As an athlete, are you guys always in the cold tub?
Yeah. I mean, when I played, I usually do cold tub after the game for like 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes in the hot, and then I don't do it a ton now. But these were like naturally. Right. Obviously, it's like snow water that runs down the mountain. These were pretty chilly, but it wasn't too bad.
I read where Ethan signed for $9 million bonus, close to, I guess it was a record for the biggest bonus ever given to a high school player. Life is pretty sweet when you're 18 years old and somebody gives you $9 million, I bet.
Yeah, I mean, it was, sorry, we got loud dogs. Yeah, it's one of those things, it's where feel pretty good about it. I think at 18, if he's got a Adidas contract and you got a $9 million baseball contract, and he's done well financially for an 18-year-old so far.
And what will he do? What will he do next? To play in the fall league?
I don't think they'll put him in the fall league. I think he's down in Scottsdale right now playing some of these draft camp league games, and then I think there's a good chance that they send him to low A in Fresno within the next week or so, and then he'll probably have a chance to play. I think they don't end until September 7th, so he'll probably have a chance to play a good bit, maybe 20 games in Fresno, and then probably come home for a little bit and then go back for instructional league. So I think that's usually in like early October, late September, early October. And so I think that's a 2-week program, and then he'll be done for the off season.
And Ethan's built more like you, right? About 6'4" or so, 215, 220, considerably bigger than his brother. Does he project to be like a 30, 35 home run guy someday?
He's certainly tall like me. He's only about 205 maybe. I think he's built a little different, but yeah, I think he can play shortstop. I mean, he's big, but I think he plays the position really well. I mean, obviously they have Tovar at short, but it's always a fluid situation with that. But I think he could hit 30, 35 home runs. He's definitely big and strong and hits the ball really, really hard. But that's I don't easily throw that number around just because that's hard to do in the major leagues. So he certainly has potential to hit a lot of home runs, but the game's super hard, and he's just got to get after it and play well and work his way up.
Matt, what's the mindset of a big leaguer when you know the team, they're going to trade parts at the deadline? Cardinals did. They're not buried. I mean, they're a 500 team, but they realistically are not a playoff contender. What's that like in the room in terms of the approach and just kind of showing up every day? I mean, you're getting paid good money, but is that difficult for a player who's, the whole goal is to be playing in October?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a lot more fun to be right in the middle of a playoff race and go into the field in August with a playoff spot on the line than not, but you're a professional. Like, you get to play pro baseball for a living, and that's there's a lot of pride in going out and competing against the best in the world. And if you don't have the right mindset and the right excitement about playing and going out there and putting your best out there, you get embarrassed. I mean, you've got to bring mentally and physically, you've got to bring it every day, because the other side is going to embarrass you, and they have no problem doing that. And so I always took that as a big challenge. Like, I'm competing with the game. obviously it's more fun, like I said, to win and to be right in the middle of the race, adding more fans. There's more excitement. There's more thrill to a big win. But at the same time, it's on you to find wherever you got to find it that, hey, I got to be ready or else I'm going to get embarrassed. And I took a lot of pride in never giving away an at bat and never losing concentration on what I'm doing. And so I think that's something that, as a professional, that's what you're called to do, and that's what you're paid to do. And really the only option you have. And then I think as an older player, you're helping younger players understand what it takes to be, to win. And then as a younger player, you're hungry to learn and hungry to establish yourself and to looking forward to next year and make sure that, the organization sees you as a big part of the plan moving forward. So there's plenty to play for, even when you're not necessarily playing for the World Series. And I think the guys understand that.
Matt Holliday is our guest. He is a regular here on TMA. Joining us on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where you can watch the conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL. One thing that Cardinal fans are monitoring, despite the fact that, barring a big surprise, the Cardinals are out of the playoff race for 2025. J.J. Weatherholt, I don't know how much you've gotten a chance to see him, Matt. Man, he got called up to Memphis, continues to rake there, and fans are wondering if he would get an opportunity up here at this time in 2025. Your thoughts on a player being able to ascend and anything that you've seen from him so far?
Yeah, I actually, when I was helping out at Oklahoma State a little bit and around the program, I got to see JJ play a little bit. Really, really good player. I'm excited about his prospects of being, the next, potential superstar. I think he's got a really, really good swing. I think a lot of it, as far as this year goes, I think that these teams now with the Rookie of the Year incentive of draft picks, I think a lot of these teams, when you got a guy like that, you look towards next year and you say this guy could win a Rookie of the Year type of talent. Then they might wait to bring him up until that kind of expires. I don't know what the at-bats is. I think it'll be around August 15th, where these teams can bring up their young big prospects that maybe they want to get a look at that have earned their way up to the major leagues, but also not give up the idea that they could potentially win Rookie of the Year next year and get the team a first-round pick or whatever it is. Right? I think it's a sandwich pick. But yeah, I'm really excited about the prospects of what he can do, and as far as his swing and offense, I think he's going to be an elite player. It'll be interesting to see if I think second base, third base, obviously with Mason at short, probably won't be short. So exciting young talent. So I'm with the fans. I'd love to see him. I'd love to see him up this year.
I'm curious. You were talking about how you saw him Oklahoma State, got a chance to tell that he had something special. Obviously, with what's going on with your sons here over the last handful of years, they have something special. You have the trained eye. You would probably see rookies come up and go, okay, this guy's got it. What is it that you see, if you can somehow verbalize it to, people who don't get the opportunity to do what you did for a living and now your sons are getting, that you go, okay, that guy likely has it. What is it that you see? Is it the way the ball comes off the bat? What are those things that you can identify quickly as a guy who played at the level you played?
Yeah, I think certainly, there's a few factors. The way the ball comes off the bat. But what I like a lot about J.J. Weatherholt is his best swing is the opposite field swing. He can drive the ball to left center, which not a lot of guys can hit for power to the opposite field, which sets him apart right away. He has a very easy load. Just watching a guy hit and just how he gets ready to hit, it's very repeatable, which is very important. As he loads to hit, he's on time and repeatable, which allows you to recognize pitches. You don't swing as many bad ones, and you have the chance to get more. I think he's going to pick up hits too, so he's not just a power guy. He's going to be a guy that his swing mechanics allow him to hit the ball on the right trajectory to get hits. So I guess to explain that, like if your swing is in the zone a long time, when you miss hit it, it's still on the line and it still has a chance to get a hit, as opposed to a guy that's early and over the top, where ground balls, the way that everything is defended nowadays, and it's very hard to be a ground ball to the pull side hitter and get many hits. So the idea that he can hit the ball the other way on a line and use the whole field tells me that he's going to have success, and in addition to it, he's got power, which is a bonus.
Matt, I know you're friends with Nolan Arenado. I don't expect you to share your personal conversations, but I think he's in Florida now. They've been checking on the shoulder. Do you think he'll make it back this year? And what, if anything, have you heard from him, or what can you share?
Yeah, I haven't talked to him. I've been, just with this hip stuff, and Ethan and I haven't. I need to catch up with him. I haven't talked to him lately, but I don't know exactly what's going on. Obviously, he's a grinder, so his shoulder must be bothering him pretty bad for him not to play. He wants to play, he wants to be out there, and he's a guy that likes to post every day. He takes a lot of pride in that, and so I think that I would guess, like I said, I don't know anything more than y'all know, but I'm guessing that it's probably, if he can get back, he'll come back. I mean, like I said, he's a baseball player through and through. So if there's a possibility for him to come back and play this year, he will. And he's always thinking about getting better, and it hasn't, that's one thing is that he's tough as crap in the brain and loves baseball. So he'll be back if he can be.
I think a lot of Cardinal fans are anxious to see Nolan Gorman and Jordan Walker both play to the level that they were projected for. Do you see either one of them as close to finding their stride?
They've both shown signs of it. I think that's the one thing that's encouraging, that they've both shown signs of having that kind of ability and that kind of production that big, strong guys, that have a good minor league pedigree and have but it's all about consistency, and I'm not around it every day, so it's hard for me to speak into why it hasn't been as consistent maybe as everybody had hoped, or maybe their talent suggests it could be. But I think that they both, like I said, both have shown that, it's in there. There's ability, there's talent, there's production. But in the major leagues, it's all about, how consistent you can bring the A swing, or, the production every day, and the concentration, all that it takes to be a really good player. And it's, it's hard to say when you're not around it much of what maybe would kind of unlock a little bit more consistency out of the two. But that's kind of what I see.
Matt, I know you're days away from surgery. You've got a walker. I don't know if you're up for a couple questions, but last week we opened the text line.
Oh, boy.
And I just noticed there's somebody a while back. These are the dumbest questions. Light them up, Matt. So apparently they didn't like our line of questioning. So I thought if you're okay, we'll take a few from the audience. One of them said, does this now officially rule out any comeback from Matt the Bat? That's a great question.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that with technology these days, I may be feeling so good in a couple of weeks that I may pick up the bat, but nice. I think it certainly means that I'll be coming back to pickleball soon. So as far as coming back to play baseball, I think this is probably the last straw. Yeah, I'd say that I'm probably not, since I'm 45 and haven't played in 7 years.
Yeah.
Don't give up. Don't give up.
Okay.
How about old man softball? Would you ever do that?
No. I don't feel like that's.
Oh, wow.
I don't feel like that's. Well, I mean, look, if I can't hit it, if I go out, what am I going to, if I don't hit a home run every time? I mean, that would be really embarrassing.
No upside.
No upside.
Have some little chicken hawk like me at second base going after you. Yeah. You can just run out and knock me over.
Jackson, who spells his name incorrectly, just said no upside. There you go.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Have you done the Cardinal fantasy camp?
I have not.
Kind of surprised by that.
I've got a lot of stuff going on. So I have not done that. I'm not opposed to it. It looks like a blast. But, currently with the kids, with Jackson and Ethan, I'd rather be, no offense, but I'd rather be spending time with them and their baseball stuff than fantasy camping.
Somebody pointed out the Red Sox extending that Roman Anthony, who's played 46 games, 8 years, $130 million. And some people were mad at the players saying you're throwing away your free agency years, but my God, that's a lot of money. What would you advise your own kids, I guess? What do you think in those situations where you get the money up front and the team kind of wants to hedge their bet?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's it's an individual preference, and there's certainly risk on both sides. But I just think that, when you're a guy like Roman and Jackson, you get to the major leagues at such a young age. You get the free agency at 26 years old. And as we've seen, if you can get the free agency in that 25, 26, 27 range, you can, you can get those enormous deals as long as you're a good player, obviously, and productive. And I think Roman's going to be an excellent player. He walks a ton. He's got a ton of power. I think this is a situation where he really likes being a Boston Red Sox. I think he likes the idea of spending his career in Boston. And it could, I mean, look, you never know what's going to happen with injuries. You never know you can't predict the future, but To me, he's a superstar player, and this could come back to look like a lot like a Ronald Acuna type of contract, where everybody goes, "Oh gosh, Juan Soto's making $750 million, and Ronald Acuna is making $110 million, or whatever it is." And you'd probably say that. I don't know who you guys would pick. Maybe Acuna's been hurt a little bit, but I would say Acuna's at least as good as Soto. And so this could be one of those situations where we look back on it, but. Again, it's tough to turn down $130 million and as a 21-year-old, and so they gave him a number that was hard to turn down, but I think it ultimately will be a incredible get for Boston, and that they'll look back on that and go, wow, we saved a ton of money by signing that deal.
Matt, are you still involved with Oklahoma State baseball? I know you talk about it. I didn't know your official role. I'm over there a lot. They've opened up the staffing a lot lately as far as like what you can and can't do. And so I'm over there a lot, and they're probably going to put me in some sort of position just so that I can have access when I'm not doing anything to go over there and talk to guys and be part of the program and have them, some recruiting stuff, dinners at the house. And you have to be on staff to do some of that stuff. So I probably will have some small role moving forward at OSU with my brother, but currently just kind of hang out. And like I said, now that Jackson and Ethan are off playing, during the day I've got some time to just go over and hang out and watch and talk to the guys. So probably something like that will happen. Boy, a lot of questions about dogs and yoga pants. That'll wait for next week, Tim.
Yeah, we'll have to carry that over, Matt, in recovery mode. Always good to have the conversation with Matt Holliday, Doug. I've got him at 5.5 weeks away from returning to pickleball. Yeah. That's what I've got.
Okay, but probably not to the Cardinals. Because it's been out 7 years.
Yeah, 7 years is a bit of a layoff, if you will.
I kind of get the sense you'd rather play pickleball than baseball anyway.
Well, it's certainly, I don't have to face 100-mile-an-hour fastballs, so it's I can, at this point, that's where I'm at.
It's going to be a great story, the comeback on the pickleball court.
Yeah.
Matt Holliday, fresh off of hip replacement surgery, still joining us.
What a warrior, what a trooper.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's...
Yeah, look, I'm a gamer.
Yeah, he's an absolute champion. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys. All right. See you.
It's Matt Holliday with us here on the Callier and Thompson.
He was shifting to breakfast there at the end. Maybe like a bite of a granola bar or something. Okay, you guys, that's enough.
We always appreciate the listeners sending in questions. Matt Holliday spent 20 minutes with us here talking over. Good insight there on J.J. Weatherholt, I thought, and also the contract question on Roman Anthony and how you kind of break it down. Because Acuna's deal, yeah, absolutely, that is the one that decided is going, God, how much, I mean, for real, 9 figures plus. By 9 figures, I mean like not just $100 million, but maybe $200 million he left on the table. And then you take a look at, other deals, like when Harper, for example, hit free agency in his mid-20s and how you can get paid. Vladdy Guerrero. It's the risk, it's the reward. Do you want that security or do you want to take that chance? Either way, you're doing just fine, and you're probably not going to miss a car payment.
It's really not much of a risk. Is your life going to be much different if you get $130 million or $400 million? I know there's a big difference in money there, but is it really going to change what you can do in your life?
I think for the average person, the answer, of course, is no. The Tam Avenue Capital Partners, though, have had $180 million in capital calls for the last 2 years.
Yeah, man.
And so it'd be nicer to have $400 million to work with.
And that's just to pay for your Mexican soccer bets?
That's correct. That we're packed into. Okay. At least that's the VPN I set up.
You're losing a lot of money on the soccer bets?
That's correct.
Out of Mexico?
That's correct.
Okay. Apparently, the Red Sox put in a lot of clauses, too, where it can go over $200 million. Like, in case you do, we get it. You might become a massive superstar.
Incentive.
But if you don't, you're still going to get this. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, it's a nice.
If you're 21, $130 million, like
I don't think you can.
You're
turn
leaving money
down.
on the table. I don't think you can turn it down. He's got 2 career homers.
I really do agree.
You can't turn that down.
Miles Mikolas is going to join us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. We also have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Croup on 101 ESPN. October. Rover. You ever play Red Rover, Doug?
No,
Kind of a clotheslining game, isn't it?
Kind of. Right around the end of my elementary school career, they kind of banned it.
All right.
Oh, it's a great way to break your arm.
Because people got clotheslined.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're holding on to your friend's arm, and the idea is to break through the line.
Timmy come over. Oh, he went under the clothesline.
Oh, don't. Oh, don't. Not on a Friday.
That was unfortunate.
Not on a Friday where my wife's family and her community has been taking heat, and now the Lollipop Guild takes hits.
Mm-hmm. Thought we were past that.
I did too. It's TMA 101 ESPN 9:59 means we're still in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Miles Mikolas at 10:15, fresh off a conversation with Matt the Bat. We also had Joey Vitale with us. So you missed anything with Joey Vitale or Matt Holliday for his weekly hit here on TMA. You go back and podcast via the TMA STL podcast, which is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. And you can always go back in YouTube and watch the program, youtube.com/TMA STL. 6,050 friends have subscribed to the channel. And is Movie Boy on video?
Not yet.
Oh, sounds like there's a deal in the works.
Yeah, we're working some stuff out.
Wow.
Maybe not full episodes, but some parts of it. Yeah.
Nice.
Thinking about different strategies.
Like vignettes?
Yeah, some a little more short form as opposed to like a 2-hour podcast on video. But I'm open to anything.
Here's
it's a very malleable plan.
Jackie's takedown on the lighting during weapons.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Just how short is your form?
Well, I think some with a video would try to be like 10 minutes.
Huh.
Something like that.
Okay.
Just I think that for movies,
stuff.
I think it's easier to digest video that way.
How do I get to the mailbag? I'd like to send you a question.
Oh, nice.
Movieboyjack@gmail.com.
Martin, that's movieboyjack@gmail.com. And Jackson says we should set up a QFTA.
Yeah, dedicated email address, just so everything you know when you go into the email address, what you're getting into.
Movie Boy Jack.
Yeah, some Jackie Babers, Movie Boy. Miles Mikolas coming up at 10:15. The program's called TMA 101 ESPN. McKernan here to talk with you about aesthetic design and build. Man, this is the time of year to be outside enjoying some barbecue, and then the cooler temperatures arrive and you can go outside and hang out with the family. But you want to be able to have a customized outdoor living space. That's where aesthetic design and build comes into play. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley for aesthetic design and build. And I've been there. They walked me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola, or if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They do have answers for it all. They are online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. I was so impressed. I had them come to my house. It's aesthetic design and build. Custom work, custom deck design. That's what they specialize in. It's aesthetic design and build, outdoor living spaces, expertly designed. Go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Cardinals and Cubs tonight, 7:15 first pitch here in St. Louis. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. 10 o'clock hour. Martin sticking around. Onboarding delayed on Fridays?
Well, I feel with Miles Mikolas, friend of the show. Just want to be here for it. Hear what the fella has to say. Looking forward to it.
TMA is quite possibly the greatest show of all time. Hi, Doug. That's from the 314.
Huh.
I have to tell you, I'm not used to seeing that.
Yeah, didn't see that coming. What's he smoking?
I saw on movieboy.com that Jackson declared Old Yeller the feel-good movie of the year for 1958.
Oh, no.
It's from a Newt Bowl eligible.
Here, I'll give some people something. A little peek behind the curtain of my life. I don't know when Marley and Me came out, but I was a young man. And
Owen Wilson's Marley and Me, Doug.
And you can say, you can know. You can say I'm making this up or this is BS, whatever. This is 100% truth.
You cried.
I got choked up. I got very choked up at the end. I got very choked up.
How about that? This guy's human.
I am human. I bleed.
Oh, do you?
Sure.
Yeah, you can't help it if a dog is going to lose her life at the end of the movie.
They did a good job of roping me in. If it's a dog movie, you kind of assume.
Old Yeller got it bad.
Kind of, was Sounder the same? They had to put the dog down. Remember Sounder? It's in the 70s in the South. The old dog Sounder. Laugh out loud, right, Jackie?
6-1 Hate is not happy that the game of golf exists, and then also not happy with us for our Miles Mikolas interview.
Why?
He says, I cannot wait to hear the weak-ass questions you ask Mikolas.
Hey, Miles, did you have fun in L.A. and stuff?
6-1 Hate, I'd like to make a deal with you. Because I'm a patriot and a meat and potatoes guy who realizes while my talent is second to none in the industry, I'm a mere conduit between the fan and the player. And without the fan, why, I don't have the hundreds of millions of dollars that I have. And so, Doug, 6-1 Hate, I will read the questions you want me to ask Miles Mikolas right here on these very airwaves in the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
I will do that for you. I know you will hold him accountable, and I don't have the balls to do it. And when we have an opportunity to have somebody as brilliant and successful as the 6-1 Hate know how to conduct an interview, I want the audience to have that chance. 6-1 Hate, okay. I will read your questions.
You will?
Yep.
What if they're particularly pointed?
The great news is I am not running for office until 2028.
Okay.
So 6-1 Hate, you got your chance. Just text them on in, brother. I am here. I'm your Huckleberry.
Okay. And you really will read them?
Yeah, of course I will.
Okay.
Martin asked Matt the Bat some questions.
I think last week we ran out of time. Started to ask what kind of underwear he liked, and I'm like, maybe we should just wrap it up. Wrap it up.
What kind of underwear do you like, Martin?
Click that off.
As if you don't know.
Oh, we did share a home for a week.
Bad boys.
Martin's underwear almost got locked in the dryer.
That's right. We did have a
the door was locked, and he almost pulled the dryer right out of the wall.
That's because I was hopped up on your pills that I took.
Yeah, you took it in fruit salad.
Tim, make the 6-1 Hate give his real name since he's got such big balls. That's from Flat Avenue Boy. UPS Tony says the 6-1 Hate has anger issues. I don't know what the 6. I don't know. 99%
BT.
of people.
Anytime 6-1 Hate comes up, BT goes, "Oh, he's still there."
Oh no.
No, I don't mean to air out BT. I think he said it on the air, but apparently,
if he didn't, you did just.
Well, yeah. Well, BT's our guy.
So anyway, that's he'll conduct the interview. So I'm all for it. So Miles Mikolas is coming up here.
And here's what's true, I think, with Mikolas. Like, as many times on this show as we've said, oh my God, what are you going to do? He's terrible. Look at that outing. He'll have these stretches. So if you look at it, like the other day in L.A., it was brutal. The 3 home runs, the 3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs. Outing before that, 6 innings, 2 runs. Outing before that, 5 innings, no runs. The one before that was bad at Arizona.
It is so weird, Martin, that there are a number of pitchers like that. And Doug and I, who play in our fantasy baseball league, I'm sure you noticed that trend. The guy can do what Mikolas does and then get blown up, and then he comes back out, and then he deals. It's this weird one start on, one start off thing.
I think what it is, a guy like Mikolas, he doesn't throw 98, 99 miles an hour. His key's got to have control in the strike zone. He's got to be hitting the corners. And if he's off by just a couple inches, he's hittable.
Yeah.
And when he's on, he's tough to hit. If you really rely on control, like some of them do.
Like a nibbler?
Right. Then you've got to have that. You've got to be right on. Otherwise, you could run into some problems.
But when he is off, it's alarming. And he's coming up next. So has the 618, I'm not on the text line, 618, chimed in now with queries for Mikolas?
No, but the 314 has, and he says, I love how you guys have knee pads on for Miles.
Oh,
Jesus.
Oh. Well, are we just supposed to be nasty to somebody because he didn't have a good baseball game?
This is something, my son yesterday, the guy, did I say this on the air or off the air? I don't even remember. I said I ran into a guy last night. We were at Peacemaker in Kirkwood. Delicious wingy, by the way. Oh, my goodness. Dry Cajun spices, wingy. Make my Mount Rushmore, just me and my older son. And a guy comes up to me. Did I say this on the air?
I think it was off air.
Okay. And he goes, he just moved back to St. Louis from Amsterdam, and he was listening to the show for the last 4 years in Amsterdam, and it kept him close to St. Louis. And I said, God bless, and my son, has been out with me when people will come up, and he said, how long have you been doing the show? And I said, 21 years. And he goes, man, that's a long time. And I said, you know what? A lot hasn't changed, but then at the same time, some things have changed. One of the things I would say has not changed is this thing that people assume that, like, we want to kiss athletes' asses because we need access. Look at how many interviews we have on this show. I don't care about interviews. We don't need interviews. They're immaterial to the success of this show. So if somebody thinks, like, my paycheck or Martin or Doug's paycheck is tied into having Miles Mikolas on the show and we're, like, scared, it's just human decency. You ask questions. Like, I wanted to ask Josh Schertz about the Big East, but I can't go, admit it. You want to go to the Big East. Admit it. Well, there's a way to ask the question. And so you ask questions, and you can kind of get a sense on how somebody wants to answer it, if they're in the mood to talk about it. I can tell you this. There's probably nobody more irritated with his performance in L.A. than Miles Mikolas. Now, you might not be happy that he makes a lot of money, but you think he's, like, enjoying getting rocked in L.A.? I mean, just apply basic psychology to this crap. But if you want to be angry and other things haven't worked out for you sexually or professionally, feel free to text into the program. It's not going to affect my income in any way.
Well, if you think back earlier this year, we had him on right after the Fenway outing, which was horrible, on Sunday Night Baseball. And I asked something to the equivalent, like, how do you deal with that? And people are texting, great question. Like, what is it like to be bad? Okay. What is the perfect way to phrase, you've struggled a lot, how are you dealing with that? What are they going to say? That's the problem with a lot of them. Is what do you really want them to say? And the difference between covering sports and news, in news, a lot of times you are chasing a pedophile down the court steps, and you're going to say, give me answers, and you're going to treat them as they deserve to be treated. In sports, a lot of times, hey, you were bad, so what's up? I mean, that's basically the question. Well, and I think the athlete's like, I don't know. I mean, I was trying not to give up home runs, but I did.
I think if anything, I would tell you this also. If a team, like if Mikolas was coming on and let's say Palante got lit up in L.A., he's going to protect him, but he's probably going to be going, yeah, this is what was going on and this is why it wasn't working. And as you were just saying, I couldn't locate. And when I can't locate, it's going to be a problem. And that's what wound up happening, But I think people are frustrated with the team. And so then they want to have people take it out on the team as if guys aren't trying. But listen, like I said, go back to 2004, take your pick of whoever was bad at the time. People wanted us to yell at them, and I understand it. This isn't unique to St. Louis or our show. It's the nature of the business. It comes with the territory. Doug, we call it the cost of doing business.
Yes, we do.
And if you have a choice of being on the floor in the arena or being on the text inbox, what would you rather have?
Text inbox, for
sure. That's exactly right. All right, Miles Mikolas will kiss his ass next here on 101 ESPN. Doug, we got breaking news of interest.
Okay.
John Denton just posting literally 120 seconds ago. Yadier Molina will be in uniform and in the Cardinal dugout tonight and Saturday when they play the Cubs, Ali Marmol said. He's scheduled to be in St. Louis this weekend for business, and he was invited by Marmol to be in the Cardinal dugout. How about that?
Okay. Well, that'll be fun. Fans will get a kick out of that. I'm sure they'll.
Does that happen often? Where a guy who isn't...
I think so.
I think it's a newer rule. We've seen that. I'm trying to think. There was an example in the last couple of years where that's happened. I heard Molina was coming to town. This would be the first time he's in St. Louis since the Wainwright farewell at the end of 23.
Did they do it with Brett Cecil in 22?
I don't think so.
But Molina has apparently an autograph appearance or something this weekend. So I was trying to find out last night if it tied into him being you would think he's got to be at the stadium. I just had his brother Benji in studio the other day. I asked him. He did not respond. But Yadier Molina back. He works for the team in some capacity. It's become more of a punchline because he did seriously want to get involved coaching and then backed off of that, then took on a special advisor's role, but hasn't been seen here in a long time. So that, I would call that Strauss-esque intrigue.
Yeah, I agree.
Nice.
That is that just was floated out there on the Twitter tweets moments ago from John Denton. John Scores says, good, we need another catcher in the dugout.
No.
Jackson, you have to agree with that.
Couldn't
John
agree more.
Scores, if we could
That's
give out
dead
the
on.
Michelob Ultra YouTube chat comment of the day, you might.
Do we have a chatter of the month?
Chatter of the month, Jackson. Little Beer Cats is the reigning listener of the month. How about that? Al Stewart done. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45. We've already been joined today by Joey Vitale, and Matt Holliday and Miles Mikolas is going to join us, but he has not called in just yet, Jackson. Is that correct?
Yeah. Texting with the person from Big League Impact, and
Maybe
we're working
he
on it.
heard we were going to let him have it.
61 Hate has not sent in any questions yet. And I said, I'm going to read your questions for Miles Mikolas because he said we were not going to ask the tough questions. So I thought, okay, I will be able to do it via the 61 Hate, but has not sent in any. So go ahead, 314-399-9646. 61 Hate. You have a direct pipeline to Miles Mikolas here for his appearance on the program. Doug, our audience has a direct pipeline to us because of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
Well, and Seth Goldcamp has a direct pipeline to some of the silver foxes that work at Design Air
Yes,
that
he
would
does.
like the chance to come out and take care of your air conditioner if you have any kind of problem with it. Hopefully you won't, but it's supposed to get red hot again here this weekend, so some of those air conditioners will go down. Maybe you could just get some regular maintenance if you don't have a problem right now. It'd be a good thing to do. Or if you do have an issue, give them a shout at Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. They've been taking care of St. Louis since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot to us. Seth Goldcamp has assembled a team that know it all about the HVAC business, and they can keep your home very comfortable, whether it's the summer heat you're dealing with or the St. Louis cold in the wintertime. So visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. You'll be happy that you did. Design Air Comfort you can count on since 1904, and of course, home of the handsome repairman.
I was sent a post list. I think it's Instagram, but this is the first indication I had that Molina was in town. Tim, Mark Smith is at St. Louis Airport, the international airport. When you're the greatest catcher in the world, who do you call to pick you up at the airport? The greatest shuttle service. It's Smitty's Shuttle.
Smitty's Shuttle.
Mark Smith with Smitty's Shuttle sends out a picture of him and Yachty getting into the shuttle. So
about that.
You guys had breaking news for you in the past.
Yeah, he covered Matty Mock.
He covered Matty Mock. Thanks to Smitty Shuttle, I knew last night that Yadier Molina was in town, man.
Ali Marmol with a quote on this, Martin, from John Denton's all over this. Even if it's just 2 days, I'll take it because having that level of experience in the dugout and around the players, he just has a unique way of communicating what it looks like. So that is what Ali Marmol is saying about Yadier Molina tonight and tomorrow being in the dugout. And, Doug, when the Cardinals continue the hot play that led to 2 out of 3 in Los Angeles and into the wild card race, we will look back at this moment as being the turning point. This is going to be fun, 12 and 25.
If they were to sweep the Cubs, then we're going to be saying, wait a minute, No, they don't have a shot. Do they have a shot? This is what we'll say. Do they have a shot? Oh, I don't know.
McGreevy pitches tonight. I would like to see him pitch well down the
Is that
stretch.
because he's on the south side seaman?
No, I just feel like going into next year, he's in your rotation. We know that. I'd like to be encouraged by his finish here.
Palante, too, tomorrow night.
Yeah, because he's probably going to be in the rotation. He's another one who's hit or miss, where sometimes he's pretty good. And then all of a sudden, when you're ready for him to be out of the rotation, he's pretty good.
Speaking of Yadier Molina, he'll be in these studios at 11:15 with BK and
Should we
Ferrari.
tidy up? I'm going to leave him a little note here.
How about that? What are you going to write?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
If Yadi's in, hey, Skipper, how are you?
Who's
Start
big
with that.
for you?
Hey, fella, what's going on?
That's outstanding.
If Yachty's in uniform, why not some of us?
Tip of the cap to the boys on BK and Ferrari.
Yeah, that's
a
great.
great GAT. 11:15 here on 101 ESPN. That will be outstanding. And you can always go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast or the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. Do you think the Lambert Terminal 2 parking police yelled at Yadier to move out of that pickup lane? Doug, that's from FestusHotelDeals.com.
I saw him coming after me last night. I was there about 9:30 in the Southwest Terminal.
Did you see Smitty's shuttle?
Packed. Traffic was just packed to get in at 9:30. And then, boy, the old parking Nazi, he was coming for me. My son Greg got in the car like it was a NASCAR pit stop. Hurry, get in here. They're coming. And we got out of there.
It really
Wheels
is.
spinning before they could yell at me.
Throw your suitcase into the trunk of whatever vehicle you're getting into and then sprint in there.
With the car moving.
You can feel them nipping at your heels.
I would love them to confront Molina because I think he would MF the daylight out of those people.
Papers, do we have Miles?
We do not as of right now.
Okay. Would it be wise to take a break?
I think it would be best to take a break, and then hopefully he'll call in here in the break.
All right, there it is. Miles Mikolas coming up next. And then we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Ali Marmal in studio at 11:15. This is TMA 101 ESPN. All right, Doug, we're waiting for Miles Mikolas to call in, but the TMA remote lamp I don't know if this is a new report, but he says in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, Mikolas heard there was a dog hater on the show, and he will not be taking his call.
Wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me at all.
Is that going to hurt our ability to get interviews in the future?
Well, it could. It's not going to help.
Skipper will not be back.
Yeah,
I'll
Skipper.
tell you that.
Yeah, I can't tell
out.
TLR.
Out.
No.
Do we have time to air a quick grievance?
Oh.
It could have taken it to onboarding. So we've been cleaning out the garage, cleaning out the basement. So I got all this.
Why are you doing this?
What's that?
Why are you doing this?
Just getting rid of junk.
Okay.
Just kind of
Decluttering?
Yeah.
Decluttering.
And then a lot of times we'll throw stuff in the garage. All of a sudden, the cars barely fit. So I said, I found out you can get these giant bins, right? They'll bring out a dumpster to your house. And so I ordered it, and they said it'll be there Friday. Paid the money, and then they send me an alert. Sorry, none are available Friday. It'll be there Monday. But for an extra $50, we can get you one on Friday.
There's kind of like an upcharge.
So it is available as previously guaranteed. And
Wow.
so
But
they
the
texted, and then
$50
they
hitch.
texted this, and I wrote back, joke. And now they wrote again, the same thing. Click here to order for $50 extra.
Sounds like it's AI season.
So what are you going to do?
I'm going to wait till Monday. Screw
for
those.
you.
I didn't really feel like doing it anyway.
Yeah, I think that
till
saves the
Monday.
day. Miles Mikolas has just joined us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Miles Mikolas with us for Big League Impact, and he joins us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Good morning, Miles.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Can't complain. Another sunny day here in St. Louis.
And the Cubs in town for 3. You guys coming off of taking 2 out of 3 in Los Angeles against the team that certainly is considered the standard in the game. Considering where the team was coming off the trade deadline with some of your teammates going to teams that are in the mix for division races, to take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, how did you guys view that going into the series and now coming out of it heading into this homestand with the Cubs, Rockies, and Yankees?
Yeah, from a confidence standpoint, as a team, as players, we love our team, right? Like we know each other, we know what we're all capable of. So, winning a big series like that isn't necessarily surprising to us because we're aware of our talents. But it's nice to surprise people. Obviously, we go into a lot of series this time of year. After the trade deadline, things like that. People look at us as maybe an underdog, but there's nothing wrong with going into a series with the chip on your shoulder, things like that. So, we feel good about it. We feel good about ourselves as a team. I think I made a comment to someone, even after the trade deadline, getting rid of some of those relievers, we're still only, a good 2 weeks away from being right there in the mix, nipping on people's heels again. And again, if you go in the clubhouse and ask everybody, how confident we are, as a group in ourselves, I think, that confidence is always going to be through the roof, as it should be.
When you have a rough outing like you did against LA the other night, is there something specific that happened? I mean, and if you look at your game logs from this year, you'll pitch well, then you'll have a rough one. Is there something specific every time it doesn't go well?
Sometimes it feels like you're taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back, which can be really frustrating as a player. Trying to go out there and give your team a chance to win every time out there. But a lot of times, it's the big leagues. There's not a lot of room for error, and it's just 1 or 2 mistakes. Take away the 2 mislocated fastballs to Muncy, and it's take 3 runs off the board right there. Lead off double, never good. Got out of it. 2 outs, nobody on. Could have been a pop up, and there's 1 run, and all of a sudden it turns into 2, and then base hit and a homer, it's 4. So I think those games where I get into trouble is definitely those games where I get into trouble with the home run. I know last year I got into some trouble. It was more the hits. And I feel like this year it's been, obviously last year the home run also, but this year it's been more that home run ball, because those get you into trouble quick, right? You get an out, and then they get a single, you get an out, they walk a guy, 2 on, 2 outs, you're 1 pitch away from a 0 or 1 pitch away from a 3 spot. So, being careful with those runners on and those 2 outs where you're just so close to getting out of it, but also so close to being in
in a world of trouble, so to speak. So, definitely frustrating. Definitely an easy, not necessarily an easy fix, but a fix that's very doable, right? Like, let's be a little more careful in some of these situations, or maybe go, instead of waiting to set a guy up for that 2-strike pitch, maybe let's just try to get him out, right away, kind of deal.
But when you're on, is it all location? Is it getting a call here or there? What when it works for you? Because obviously you're not blowing guys away with miles per hour. So when it's right, how does it work?
Yeah, I mean, getting a couple extra calls on the corner can make a big difference sometimes. It didn't really get me into trouble the other day. I know I got a couple close ones in the second inning, but those didn't cost me any runs. But then sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I'm never, ever going to blame, an umpire or missing a call on any amount of misfortune, right? If I get bases loaded, full count, and, I don't get a call on the corner and I end up giving up some runs, I'm never, that's something you don't want to leave in an umpire's hands. I mean, if they ball something right down the middle, I might complain. But if it's right on the corner, like just clipping the zone, like you see it on TV, like, oh, man, it could have – if it can go either way, you don't necessarily want to leave it up to the umpire's hands, nor will you ever blame an umpire for missing a call that's on the borderline. So, I mean, that's tough. But, yeah, it is a game of inches. So sometimes it's, was that sinker really in enough? Was that slider really away enough, right? Like, you can get it away, but was it away enough? I think those are your margins are a little slimmer sometimes.
How long does it take you to get over a bad outing? Is it a day or two, an hour or two, or
5-10 minutes?
Is that it? Well, that's a good thing, I would think, huh?
If you're carrying around those things too long, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being critical, going back, watching the video, and saying, I could have been way better here, way better there. And using those things as motivation, or taking those things into a bullpen and working on those things. There's nothing wrong with that, but you don't want to sit there, 2 days later, frowning in the clubhouse. You don't want to be a bad presence in the clubhouse, like moping around, being sad. And you certainly don't want to go out, into your next outing worrying about last outing. So it's important to flush it quick. I mean, generally, 24 hours at most. Guys have the 24-hour rule. But for me, it's, as soon as I leave the field, I try to leave it there. Maybe hop on a phone call with my wife, talk to my kids, put a smile on my face, watch a favorite movie, grab a steak, maybe a milkshake to ease the pain, a bowl of ice cream or something.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, wash it down.
But I'll always try to flush it as quick as I can.
Yeah, the old closer mentality with a starter. Miles, I'm curious on this. I really am really anxious to hear what you have to say to this, because we try to understand it from trying to put ourselves in your position, and I'm sure some fans do as well. When a team looks like, and here in St. Louis, we've seen teams come from out of nowhere and make it to the postseason, so you never know. It's not like the team's 20 games under 500. You guys are sitting at 500. But when there is an opportunity at the trade deadline to go to a team whose probability of being in the postseason is higher, what is the factor for a player if you are in that position, if your teammates, whether it be Sonny Gray, Nolan Arenado, Wilson Contreras, with the no trade clauses, what kind of decision process goes on for you guys to determine whether or not you would okay a trade to another team?
I mean, it could be, I would never want to speak on the behalf of somebody else, what's going through their head. But, other players that I've known, or things that would go through my head is, some guys bounce around a lot and they really want to be in one place, regardless of kind of what that means. They like the stability. Some guys like stability. They have, me personally, I have a house here, been here for a long time. I love it. And some guys might be bullish in our team. They might just really believe in our team. There's also guys where you think about waiving a no trade. You think about, where you're going to be next year, right? You waive a no trade, but you still have another year on your contract. Are you being traded to a team that's making a run this year, but then all of a sudden next year they're not going to be good? Or, Is it a city you don't like? You know, maybe you're an East Coast guy and it's going to the West Coast, and you know, maybe it's you know, you've got your you know, your playoff shares, but if you're making, you know, you could dice it up financially, right? If you're making a bunch of money and you're going to go from paying Missouri income tax to something in California, even if you make it to the World Series, you're still losing money. You know, obviously you're winning a World Series, you know, it depends on where things are on your priority list, but you know, you could be going, you know, to California or New York, and all of a sudden you're making a lot less money, and maybe that's something you're not interested in. Maybe you just don't like the West Coast. Maybe you don't like the East Coast. I mean, you could make up any number of reasons why a guy wouldn't want to go. But you know, that's some of them, I guess. Or you know, but I think the number one reason is you know, St. Louis is a great place. You guys know, St. Louis is a beautiful place, especially in this, you know, in the spring and the fall, and it's a great place if you have a wife and kids. It's a great place to have a family. And we just took 2 out of 3 from a team that people want to see win the World Series. So obviously we're pretty talented. So maybe, you know, you could just be bullish on your friends. Maybe you got a lot of friends on the team. You don't want to leave all your friends behind. You know, there could be so many reasons for a guy to not want to waive a trade clause. It would be hard to speculate any amount of those.
It's hard to wrap your head around. You guys took 4 out of 6 from the Dodgers, and that is a team that spent, you know, literally billions the last couple of off seasons. Is a World Series favorite, and yet you guys are 500. I know that's a long season, all this ups and downs, but isn't that kind of hard to wrap your head around?
Yeah, I mean, you know, baseball's, you know, anyone can beat anybody on any day. You know, an offense can get hot. You know, pitching staff can really show up, and, you know, Sonny shows up and, you know, throws a bunch of zeros up. You know, he gives up 1 run, the bullpen's tight, and, you know, we play a great game, scrape together a few runs. But it's consistency. You know, we've got some older guys on our team. We've got some younger guys. And I think, you know, if you go back and look, it's consistency, like myself, right? You know, 4 or 5 games in a row, you know, 1 or 2 runs or less, and then I throw up, you know, handful of clunkers in 1 week. So it's that consistency. But as the season goes on, we might be able to find that consistency and be really successful down that stretch run, right? You know, we've been hot, we've been cold. Now would be a good time to, you know, stay at least, you know, warm, right?
Mm-hmm.
We could stay warm to hot and finish the season really strong and maybe squeeze in there. You know, as opposed to, like, you know, we started off hot, you know, we started off cold, got hot, you know, 10 in a row, we're right there. Then we got kind of cold again. But with all the young guys finding their footing, I mean, a lot of our young guys have really turned it on second half. You know, it's gotten really good. You know, we got McCreevy coming up. You know, he could be a little boost for our rotation. Some of these young relievers coming up look incredible. So if some of the other guys, myself included, could find a way to be a little more consistent, I think we, you know, stand as good a chance as anybody of surprising people making a late run.
Miles, I told one of our angrier texters because he said we were not going to hold you accountable and we were going to, let's see, can't wait to hear the weak-ass questions you guys ask Mikolas. So I told him, I said, you send in your questions and I will ask Miles those questions. Are you up for this, or would you rather pass on this?
No, fire away. I'm
right.
always engaging with fans. I'm very good at seeing both sides of it. I know sometimes people love me and sometimes they're not too happy with it. So what does this guy want to atone for?
All right, here we go. Does Miles feel good taking a roster spot from a young guy?
Oh man. I mean, you know, to be honest, I mean, you know, you could call up a young guy and he could be lights out, and you could call up a young guy and he could be a lot like me. You know, a couple good outings, a couple bad outings. And I used to be the young guy who was sit there in AAA and be like, oh, man, like, look at this 30-year-old, you know, 30-something-year-old guy just giving it up. But, you know, does it feel good? I mean, it's, you know, I'll tell you what, it feels great to be in the major leagues.
Yeah, that's probably a nice perspective to have.
It feels great to be in the major leagues. And if you want to spin it from any amount of vantage points, I mean, the Cardinals are paying my salary either way. So, you could pay me to pitch, you could pay me to not, and then you're still paying a young guy to come up and, be as much of a question mark, if not more, or be way better. They could call up a young guy, be way better. From what I understand, I think the AAA team's a little beat up. I know a lot of our top prospects ended up getting surgery this year. That's really tough. I don't keep tabs on what's going on in AAA too much. But I don't know if it feels good or bad. I'll tell you what, it doesn't feel good to have a bad outing. All right. And it doesn't feel good to let your team down in a game that you want to win. And that's every game, right? I go out there and throw up a clunker. We lose to the Dodgers. I'm super upset. I'm trying to find ways to get better. But it feels great to be in the major leagues. It feels great to pitch well. It felt great to help us get a win against the Padres. That was a great game for us. And it feels great to be in the big leagues. But, young players, if I'm on my way out, maybe it's my last year here in St. Louis. Maybe I latch on somewhere else. But, young guys will have their time. So, no. My final answer would be no or yes. I mean, I don't feel bad. No, I do not feel bad for taking up a roster spot that could go to a younger guy because there's plenty of young guys knocking on the door, and he'll whoever the young guy is, he'll get their chance, whether it's in a week, a month, or next season. This young guys will get their chance. I'm not getting any younger, and they're just going to get more experienced, right? The more experience they get in AAA, the better they'll be when they get here. So I'm just helping guys get seasoned, maybe.
All right, what's a better insult? Our text line, when they're mad at a player, and a caller, they say they need to drink bleach. Our pitchers that struggle, they often tell them to launch them into the sun.
Oh, yeah.
Which do you prefer? To be told, tell Mikolas, clip this off, Tim, so we can say we held him accountable. You tell Mikolas he can either drink bleach or get launched into the sun.
Yeah,
your choice.
I mean, to be honest, I could care less. People want to sit there and, talk some trash behind the keyboard. That's fine. They have every right as a fan to boo me and yell and be upset. And, I tell them from the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. I'm sorry if my best doesn't always end up being the best. But we're, as players, we're all trying our best. And it's tough. And, if someone is upset and they want to come, down to the field and, buy a ticket and support the team, I actually made a joke about that. The difference between a big market and a small market club is people in New York will buy tickets just to go boo the Yankees, just to go be upset, right? And if you want to be upset, buy a ticket, come down to Busch Stadium, and yell at me in person.
There you go. It's a new marketing campaign.
You know what? If you want a better team next year, buy a ticket, come down to the stadium, and boo me and support the payroll for next year. If you really care that much,
this is meta.
Buy a ticket and come boo me at the field, so you can at least support the guys next year, and maybe they'll go out and get some free agents that you want as a heckling fan.
There you go.
I think the best insult, the last time Miles was on.
But if they really want to make a difference, they can donate to,
That's where I was going, yes.
Big League Impact.
There
Yeah,
it
if you
is.
really want to make a difference, you can donate that money to the best cause, which would be, Big League Impact, helping people around in St. Louis. And if you want to have some fun doing it, you can join the Big League Impact Fantasy Football League. That way you can play. You can try your own hand at being a GM with your fantasy football team and see how easy that is. Because I know fantasy football will drive guys nuts with your injuries and guys not showing up on some weeks, and you can know what it feels like to be a GM and have some good luck and some bad luck, and donate some money and for a great cause all at the same time.
That's right. Big League Impact's all-win campaigns offer an exciting opportunity for baseball fans to team up with their favorite MLB players and make a difference in the world. And throughout this season, Miles Mikolas is donating to the Crisis Aid U.S. Safe program, which provides a women's shelter in St. Louis that offers a safe haven for American female survivors of sex trafficking. Miles will also donate to the shelter for every strikeout he records during the regular season. I'll tell you this, you have gotten a lot of support in the text inbox, which is not really usually a supporting place, but they love the conversation and your approach. Hey, one thing, I know you got to go. We just found out that Yadier Molina is going to be in uniform tonight in the dugout with Ali Marmol, both tonight and tomorrow. I don't know if you knew that, but what are your thoughts on that?
I did not, but that's exciting. I'm always happy to see Yachty. Maybe he's been watching the games. Maybe he's got a tip or two for me. He's all-time great player, all-time great teammate. Super pumped to see him. I'm excited. I might show up to the field. 3-4 hours early today just to see if I can't. Just to see if I can't see him and get a minute with him. I'm sure he'll people be talking his ear off all day. But Yachty's a guy you're always excited to see. I mean, he could bring some spark to this team. He's just the best. And anything he does, I mean, he probably landed over on the Illinois side and just walked across the
You can never have enough catchers. That's my motto for 20.
No.
25.
I mean, he's the man. He's the best. I can't even say enough good things about him.
Miles, we really enjoyed the conversation. Thanks for playing ball, man, and we appreciate everything you're doing for Big League Impact. Thanks so much, and best of luck during this homestand, big homestand. We appreciate the time.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for having me on. Anytime, and I'm never going to shy away from tough questions or criticism. So
there you go, 618. You got it. Thanks, Miles.
Treat. Thank you so much.
All right, that's Miles Mikolas with us here. People really enjoyed the interview and enjoyed him taking the shrapnel and playing ball with. We got a break. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today next here on TMA.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action tonight. 7:15 first pitch against the Cubs here in St. Louis. Michael McGreevy taking the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Miles Mikolas' approval rating in St. Louis after that interview is skyrocketing. I mean, the amount of techs who loved that interview.
Well, he's an impossible guy not to like. And
But he also answered the question.
They kind of humanize the position, too. You know, Tony La Russa always used to say, buh, men, not machines.
He would say buh.
He said, buh, they're men, not machines. And it's true. When you hear a guy be very honest like that about what it's like to go through the good times and the bad times, you can't help but like him.
Yeah, and it was great, man. It was a fun conversation.
I mean, he's honest, right? That's how he feels. That's how he conducts himself. Some people after a game are probably at their locker crying, miserable, and it's just not him. I appreciate the fact he said at one point, because it sounds a little laissez-faire at times, but he did say, hey, man, I hate it. When I let the team down, I've got a clunker. It sucks, you know? And so, of course. And the question oftentimes in the postgame, you go up to a pitcher who gets rocked. Everybody's like, hold him accountable. The question is basically, hey, why were you so bad? That's basically the question.
Manlove did not like the interview, though, Martin. He said, who the F asked for this interview? Do you guys think any fans care what this guy says? Gag, F this guy, drink bleach, get him off my radio. What's it like to steal over $100 million from a baseball owner? I'm not supporting this crap. F that guy.
Tell me his name again, Tim.
Manlove.
Manlove, you just got yourself suspended for a really bad take, suspended for a period of 2 days' time. And I am also tacking on a 40% tariff.
Oh, he's got 40% tariff.
40%.
James Carlton won't do that to you. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent and has been for 6.5 years. Big Missouri supporter. And I can't say enough about the customer service I've experienced with James and his staff. It is a world of difference. And I would tell you that even if James wasn't sponsoring the show. But he has been sponsoring the show. My podcast going back to start in 2017 and TMA now for the last 5 or 6 years. It's just amazing the difference between James and other insurance agents with being proactive in ways to save customers money, but then also the customer service. That is the thing that separates them. You can make the switch, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and arm, call James Carlton State Farm. I think in a weird way, the 6-1 hate actually did Miles Mikolas a favor by asking the question that then Miles then delved into that the audience enjoyed so much. I would recommend going back and podcasting at Schaefer Door Company Podcast or going back on the TMA YouTube channel for any of the interviews for that matter. All great today with Vitale, Matt the Bat Holliday, and Miles Mikolas. Time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Martin, a rare chance for you to vote.
Yeah, I feel like Mikolas. I'm blocking Kurt, the young guy, in his chair.
Hey, boys. First-time caller, long-time listener. I sit here in my work truck doing a job that wasn't in the description and alone because my partner decided to call off today because he stayed up too late playing World of Warcraft with the bros. I can't quit this gig because maybe there is a room for upward growth, but also I have 2 kids, 2 dogs, and a wife that are draining me. But I can't help but think about a time where the stands at Busch Stadium would fill with the roars of fans because we had players like Matt Holliday that played harder than me after I heard Joey Vitale say we got to keep people coming in this world.
Okay.
Now we get to eat meatballs from Miles like the rest of the league that have a lower Baseball America 2080 rating than the meat at the restaurant over in Arnold. The truth is, if I stayed up too late again drinking Evan Williams and recruiting 4-star players here at the University of Cincinnati Bearcats, where we have won back-to-back championships on Heisman, and the committee still doesn't respect us with a slap in the face, number 14 preseason ranking, we will show them. Once we land this 5-star quarterback, it's over for the rest of the Big 12. Anywho, I just wanted to email in one time, hit a walk-off like David Freese in a World Series Game 6 and fade off into the sunset like a shirtless Fabio riding a horse bareback. Happy Friday, boys. That's from Doug Vaughn's Grundle from unincorporated Arnold with Love.
Unincorporated Arnold.
The name was long.
Man,
The email was long.
I
What's next?
have to delete one of these. This is so long.
Both of them?
No, one of them's
Lucky.
Bucks
Longer
was
than
fine.
that one?
Yeah, this.
And they got Ali Marmol coming in live at
Yeah,
11:15. I got to respect that.
What do you got? What do you got? What do you got?
How do we fill 4 hours each day in the dog days of August when the baseball team is on autopilot with the coordinates set for mediocrity, when the soccer team is 2 points from the bottom of the table, and where we no longer have an NFL team, so we don't need to pretend the preseason games matter? They don't matter. They don't matter. First, we allow a 50-something serial masturbator to ramble on about his living arrangement as he takes turns inviting each individual host of the show to hang out with him, while no one takes him up on it. The hockey season's still 2 months away, but that doesn't matter as we have a sponsored blues segment that runs year-round because this is the business we've chosen. Was that Hyman Roth?
I believe it was.
Fortunately or unfortunately, Joey Vitale talks about anything but hockey, even during the season, and today he pitched the plot of Ace Ventura 3 if directed by Quentin Tarantino. Hey, you guys ever think about yoga pants? Oh, you still have 2 hours to kill? Go ahead and let the boy producer weave in some commie propaganda before previewing his next podcast zone where he interviews his mom. If you really get desperate, you can always play a guessing game where a senior citizen struggles to guess the names of some asinine AI-generated list. And if you're really lucky, that charade will inspire a guy to call in, then hang up, then call back into humble brag. And he had 2 interceptions when he played football in Wisconsin Whitewater with Lance Doug. Is it Leipold?
It's Leipold, I've been told.
Let it be awful, boys. Again, I'm enjoying the show. That's Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast. What was your answer? We got to go.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is one that is on air heating and cooling email today. BK and Ferrari of Ali Marmol live in studio at 11:15. Stick around for that. This has been TMA. Bye.